fine.
Awesome.
Yeah, audio is okay as well. Oh, actually, there's a speaker right here, so we'll have good audio actually.
Amazing. Okay, sweet.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem.
Cool. Thank you so much.
No problem.
I wonder if the clicker's working.
Mind just check real quick, maybe?
Do you know? Jake was working on it.
I think it's working.
Oh yeah.
So, I don't know where it is though.
I've only ever seen you on Zoom. It's like one of those like crazy things. This is so cool. Yeah, those images are great. They're on the website. It's really hard to.
I've showed the locator, yeah. Well, we have to know that to them. No, you don't want to show us.
These are not her.
Yeah. We understand. Necessarily having to talk to.
Oh, yeah, I can.
You find this
Also, this is Dennis here. He's an animator. Am I introducing you properly, Dennis?
Good morning. We're going to start in 5 minutes.
There's some extra outlet anywhere around here. Plug in the computer.
There's one here.
What's that?
There's one right here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Are you sitting over there?
Yeah.
I have actually.
Okay.
Right there, we can sit wherever you want. No problem.
It's good stuff. Let us know if you ever like find training and education for screen content. So if there's ever initiatives like that's related, we have fun for that. And Chrissy said she's doing a panel at, I think after this one, on our funding. So she's talking about our deadlines and stuff. So yeah, I'm on the Forge board. Yeah, so so they're focusing their efforts on everything's
Can we go all the way down?
Oh, you are. It's double the price. Oh, I know.
Dude. I was like, did I hear my name?
That's what it is. It wasn't for sure, but I think they moved it to 5:30.
Yeah, good. Oh, okay. Are you saving that?
Yeah, you're good like
Good morning, everybody. So, one of our panelists is 1 minute away, and that's why we're having a little bit of a late start. So, as you were, it's going to happen very shortly.
I know. Well, a few years ago.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, morning, morning. Hi, hi, hi. How's everyone doing? Good? Oh my gosh, wasn't last night amazing? I'm walking into the building And just so many people are raving about last night and how inspired they are by the filmmakers and creators and the films last night. So I'm just super inspired, so happy to be your host for this morning. Again, my name is Helenia Sparrow. I am from the Homathwiam Nation, and let's get started. So, I hope you all enjoyed breakfast. And welcome to day 2 of Shifting Forms. We've got an exciting lineup today. Just a little bit of a quick housekeeping before we begin though, because for those of you who signed up, there's a workshop happening right now in room C1290, 10 a.m. to 12:30, Digital Bannock and Introduction to Model and Landscape Creation in Blender 3D. Casey Koitzen and Taylor MacArthur. Yeah, awesome workshop. I hope they do it again, I'll be there. Okay, I'm just going to introduce, well, first of all, let's get our panelists and our moderators to come up on stage, and I'll introduce you all. Welcome. So this panel is reclamation of space, indigenizing the industry. Reclamation of space, indigenizing the industry. Thank you so much. Oh, there we go. We've got someone handing off the microphones. Okay, these are our artists and creators who are at the forefront of producing media right now. We're going to hear how they lead in their work, resist colonial structures in their fields, and amplify Indigenous voices and indigeneity in the industry. So excited for you all. Thank you so much. Okay, so our panelists here are, you could just like raise your hand when I do your bio. How's that, hey? Maritza Lewis. Thank you. A member of the Silk Shuswap Nations, and she is a visual development modeler, concept sculptor with over 20 years of experience in feature animation, game, VFX, and cinematics. Her affinity for the visual medium and character development has driven her pursuit of new methods of technical expression with CG industry. Maritza's portfolio of work includes contributions to titles like GTA V, Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse, Sausage Party.
Comparison, that's the only one my dad ever saw.
Spider-Man Homecoming, Ghostbusters, DC League of Super Pets, Hill Agency, Purity DK, Kitsi, Moto, Generation Fire, Tiana, Moana 2, and many others. So impressive, so wonderful to have you here. Maritza's path to success involved overcoming many personal challenges. She faced both racial and gender discrimination many times during her career. Adding to this, she saw that narratives told through mainstream animation were missing her people's stories, and often excluded characters that looked like her. As a result of these experiences, Maritza is a strong advocate for mentorship in the industry, particularly from mentors that share similar cultural backgrounds as their mentees. She believes that animation, like all visual media, has the power to influence and change people's attitudes. She's addressing the need for more diversity and inclusion in animation by being the creator of her own projects while giving back to her Indigenous community. Maritza supports fellow BIPOC artists in animation through volunteer work as a mentor, a member of Women in Animation, advisory board of Fond du Lac Tribal and Community College, program advisory committee member of the Member for Digital Media and various Indigenous and STEAM, S-T-E-M, advocacy initiatives. And Maritza is the author of her own narrative and pushes for her own continued learning and for more Indigenous representation in animation, while helping those who want to do the same. So, hi Chika for being here, Maritza. Okay, Maya McGibbon. Hello, Maya. Maya is a two-spirit, multidisciplinary visual artist on the unceded traditional territories of the Hawasquim, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. They are Irish, Ojibwe, with roots in White Earth Nation, and family diaspora from the Zacatas in Mexico. Maya illustrated Swift Fox All Along, written by Rebecca Thomas, which was nominated for a Governor General's Literary Award. And the song that called them home, written by David A. Robertson. Maya's work has also appeared in graphic novels and comics, including Image Comics, The Silver Coin No. 5, Salmon Run, and Shades of Fear. Thank you so much, Maya, for being here. We can do a little claps. Okay. We practiced this. Sequelinda Bob. Yes, thank you so much. Sequelinda Bob McNeil Bob is a Stalo, upriver Stalo. We just did the territory lessons. Artist animator from Seabird Island First Nation. She's been in the animation industry for 8+ years, having worked on, My Little Pony, the movie. Nice. Carmen Sandiego, Dorg Bandango, Polly Pocket, Johnny Test, Molly Abdenali, and and Hamsters of Hamsterdale.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Love it. Currently, she's a 2D animator at Atomic Cartoons working on an unannounced project. So stay tuned. Okay, great. Next up, we have Nicole Almeida. Almeida. Nicole Almeida. Hi, Chika. Thank you so much. Nicole is Yellowknife Dene. I thought this one was going to be the easy one, actually, and I just messed that one up. Is a Yellowknife Dene First Nation, along with French-Canadian ancestry. She's an experienced 3D animation director who has worked in the Canadian animation industry for the past 17 years. She has experience mentoring and leading large teams as an animation director and supervisor in CG animation, along with experience as a senior animator in visual effects. She was a part-time faculty member at Capilano University since 2021 and recently joined Emily Carr University of Art and Design as a full-time assistant professor in the 3D animation department. Yeah? Okay, great. So, these are all of our panelists and our moderator, Princess Dajria.
Close enough. That's right. Yes.
I was practicing the whole way here and then Dajra. Dajrai. Sorry, Dajrai. Apologies. I will get it right. Princess Dajrai Johnson. Hi, Chika, for being here and all your incredible knowledge. It's just an absolute pleasure to have you here to moderate for us. You are an Emmy-nominated writer and producer. She's also an, yes, woo! Know her name. You probably do. She is also an actor and a director and has served on the SAG-AFTRA Native American Committee since 2007 and was appointed by President Obama in 2015 to serve on the Board of Trustees for the Institute of American Indian Arts. She's a Sundance Film alum, the former creative producer of the Emmy-winning and Peabody Award-winning PBS kids series, Molly of Denali. Woo! Yeah. She has written and directed several short films, including We Will Walk the Trail of Our Ancestors, and Agath and Kihei, Listen to Heal, featuring Yo-Yo Ma, which is screened in over 25 film festivals worldwide. She is a producer on HBO's 4th season of True Detective, Fantastic. So wonderful. And is in development for her first feature film, Two Old Women, based on the book by Velma Wallace. So thank you so much. We've got so much incredible talent here. So take it away. Yeah.
Masicho, Shalaknai, my relatives, Shojik Dajrai, Oji Nets Aguchin, Ashkenazi, Jewish Ithi, Dinshiju, pronouns qua, so they, them, gender pronouns qua. Shahan Catherine Sasi Peter Oji Gabakwa, Shahan Akran Sashiti and Missouri Oji Gabakwa. My name is Princess Dajrai, is my Gwich'in name, Johnson. That's Gwich'in and Ashkenazi. I was actually born in Palestine, which is why I'm wearing this keffiyeh. And I was really struck by our opening yesterday. And it's really important for us to make sure that we're creating safe spaces. And this is a really safe space. And that was made apparent by our beautiful opening last night. So I want to thank Amanda and her team for that. And that is a critical part of indigenizing spaces, is that we all feel safe. And so in the spirit of feeling safe and being in community, I just thought we could all take a collective breath and just call our spirits into our body and just be fully present in ourselves in this moment. So on the count of 3, good luck, Ekwai, Tik. I feel so much better already. Must see. So I'm so jazzed to be on stage with all of you and to be in community with all of you, just amazing friends and family and creatives, and acknowledging this moment that we're in the world. And there's a number of questions that we're going to get into, but I just wanted to allow everyone to introduce yourselves in the manner in which you choose. We'll start with me. Let's see.
Hi, Luna. I was very excited also to see that Princess was going to be moderating. I met Princess a couple of years ago over Zoom during the pandemic, and I was just nerding out getting to meet her. It's always fun when you actually realize people have legs on the Zoom things. Waislach, he pisnak silch, esquis Maritza Lewis, Katus Kakosin, Utum Tui Florina Joseph, esquis, til Schwachmik, in Mistum Clarence Mike Lewis, clapping hands, esquis, til silch, as the spose apana. Hello, my friends and relatives. My name is Maritza Lewis, further Star Woman. My mother was Florina Joseph of the Schwachmik Nation. My father was Clarence Mike Lewis, clapping hands of the Sealth Nation. And my heart is very happy to be here today to share with y'all. A little bit, thank you for reading my wordy thing. I'm going to pare that down a lot. That was a little embarrassing and awkward. It went on forever. I was like, just cut it short. So I have been working in the industry for about 20 plus years in various areas. If I count overtime, I'm going to say 30, but we don't, because we never got paid for it. I'm an artist, I'm an auntie, I'm a forever auntie. I'm a Sealka Shrekmek, I'm a bi woman, female identifying, she, her, pronouns, and I'm a mentor and an advocate, and a major cheerleader of everybody at this table. I've probably online tracked you down and followed all of your art and loved everything you've done, so it's a scary place. It's out purely out of cheerleading and support and love.
Okay, it's my turn. My name is Dikwalta and Eolasol, and those are my 2 traditional names. My English name is Sigulinda McNeil Bob, and I'm from Seabird Island First Nation, amongst other ones, but I'll just say that one. I've been in the industry for almost 9 years, working as an animator and just newly getting into supervising. I don't know what else to say, so it's your turn.
I'll potato it.
Storytellers. She was part of the 60s scoop. She was taken from her mother the moment she was born, not in her family. So that's kind of like where I'm from in this space. Growing up outside our community and just getting into animation. I loved it as a child. Obviously, most of us spent a lot of, I don't have to explain. And getting into CG animation, I went to Sheridan College in Oakville for classical animation and worked in the Toronto area most of my career. And then I came out here about 10 years ago. And I was luckily enough to get hired at Atomic, where they really helped me gain a lot of confidence, and I started supervising there. I was promoted to animation director on Spidey and His Amazing Friends, My Little Pony. I also here on Ninja as a new supervisor, and then I made a change and went to BFS. So
I think it's really cool. It's really cool to see who Amanda has brought to the stage here, and everybody's so cool. And I just came from Yellowknife like a few days ago. So I'm like, oh, I know where that is from. My pronouns are they, them. I forgot to write into my bio that, yeah, like I do have like an indie game and film background as well. My first job was in indie games, and that was an interesting experience in Copenhagen, very far away from home. But yeah, my families are from Northern Ireland on my mom's side, Ojibwe on my mom's side, Minnesota White Earth. My great-great-grandma moved from there back then out here and actually invented what we know as the Jolly Jumper in North Vancouver here. And then my father's family, they're from Zacatecas in Mexico, but both my grandparents moved up from there, and they're like 20s and 30s to Chicago. So I don't know, I'm just like, I describe myself as like a child of globalism. Like, just like, I don't know, all the places where my bloodlines are from I've never lived, but I managed to find family still.
Awesome. Well, I'm just thinking a lot about the incredible significance of imagination, and we come from very imaginative, creative people, and we're also, Nicole, thank you for your honesty, in this place of not only reclaiming, but awakening old songs and stories and language and making that a lived thing, right? And so we're gonna jump into what does it even mean to indigenize a space? But right before we do that, I just wanted to, I was struck by, I don't know how many of you came to the screening. How many were at the screening last night? Yeah, just incredible films, right? Yes. And one thing that always strikes me about the way we tell stories as Indigenous people is that time has a different texture, it has a different feel. And there's this book that I'm reading called When No Thing Works, a Zen and Indigenous Perspective on Resilience, Shared Purpose, and Leadership in a Time, Place of Collapse. And one of the questions posed on the back is, reading glasses, sorry. How can we step out of urgency to tend to our crisis with wisdom, intention, and care? And the funny thing is, if for those of us that are in animation and filmmakers, sometimes that sense of urgency, right, is just like so weighing and prevalent on us, and yet, here we are trying to also indigenize spaces. So we'll just start with you, Mirza. So, yeah, what does it mean to indigenize a space?
This is a big and loaded question. I know that a lot of folks have opinions about indigenize and decolonize and circle into these spaces. If you kind of think of it holistically and look at the bigger picture, a lot of these institutions and spaces have existed for a very long time, and we were never considered as a part at any foundation or at any point of these spaces. So I think a large part is there's a lot of work that needs to be done by the people that are working there there as employees and the people that are managing and facilitating these spaces. The responsibility is on our allies to take action and to support our Indigenous creatives that are in these spaces to work hand in hand and to go together. The thing I feel is that we need more. We need more Indigenous employees in these spaces. Majority of my career, 20 plus years, I have been the only Indigenous artist in the building. And I'm talking from top to bottom. Not even a janitor, not even like catering, nothing. I had a couple places where there was one other one, and she was my cousin. Shout out to Stacey Bono, accounting. But we need more of this, and you know, I think we also need to rip the Band-Aid off of fear of doing it wrong. We are perfectly imperfect, and we just need to get started. It just needs to start. However clumsy you are, just get over it. Controversial opinion, I'm sorry. It's tough. It's really tough, and it takes active buy-in from everybody to really want to be a part of this. And indigenizing really means awareness, creating safe spaces. I've known so many Indigenous artists that have come into the field and left just because of how toxic that environment was. They didn't have the capacity to, and they shouldn't have to. They shouldn't have to come in and have to do all of the work to make it a safe space for them. You go into any other country, and the animation studio is there. Switzerland. We go to Switzerland, we open up a Switzerland shop. We're in there, you go into the studio, or France, you go to France. You're in that space, and you look at it, and every employee in that building, guaranteed, if you came in and said there was not a single person from France working in that building, you'd be like, oh, that's really weird, hey?
Yeah.
How did that happen? It can't happen without intention or ignorance or a lack of care. We need to do better, and this is my hope that people feel empowered and want to embrace this, because there's so many beautiful stories our people have to share, so many talents that they have to share, and they want to give, and they want to be involved. So indigenizing is action, and it is really needed. I'm gonna get off my soapbox.
Yeah.
I also sit at my desk by myself a lot, so I have a lot of like conversations with myself, listening to all these awesome panelists like talking. I'm just like, oh yeah, that's a good thing.
I'm making notes for follow-up questions, but Glenda, do you want to ask that same question?
I cannot say it any better than words. Yeah, I stand by what they said, and I agree with it. I had all this written down and exactly the way they were going to say it, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'll just nod now. But yeah, and I have to, you know, as well. It's difficult being in a space, having to work so hard and being alone. That definitely, and what else to say, because you said it all. Like, well, you said the majority of it.
Well, I kind of have a related question for you then, which is, how do we make you feel safer when you're in a creative space? Like, what can people do? Yeah.
Put on the spot. Well, like, a lot of it is internal, like as what they call self-sabotaging, because internally, where I'm from, we do see dropouts, and it's unfortunate, and I carry a lot of weight, being like, I have to keep going, I have to represent, I have to make sure I do a good job so I can stay employed, because I can't take a break, because if I take a break, what's that word, stick it tight, like I've taken a break and I've been called lazy, and so I have to keep going, and I'm like, I really need a break where I can feel safe, where I feel comfortable that I'll be okay.
Yeah, I think you're kind of speaking to a lot of characteristics of white supremacy culture, actually, and just the way and manner in which, like, we can, as creatives, set the tone and make sure that people really feel valued in the work that they're doing, and there isn't this sense of somebody old school, looking over your back and like, what are you doing? What are you working? So thank you for that. Do you want to ask us a question?
This conversation, you don't, or I have to. Now, especially now that I'm.
Can you move your microphone closer?
Oh, is that right? Okay, thank you. Yeah, like, especially now that I'm in education, I feel the same way because I'm a new prof. I'm new to this whole academic world, and coming in, you have all this these expectations of what you should be, and that makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable as well, just because my background, especially because of where I'm personally coming from. And another thing, this is a little bit off that tangent, but circling back to bringing in more people. Like, for me, it's like, what is the cost to entry? This is a very, very expensive way to make films, especially in 3D animation. Like, the amount of software licenses, just computer knowledge and everything. How are we structuring our programs? My students, like, there's one right there, thank you. They come into these programs and, it is a lot of work. And it is very expensive to live in these cities. So, that's another thing that I think, we should be looking at as well. How do we bring people in if there's these amazing, crazy barriers, and there could be people out there who have all this talent. They just need the right labor.
So I'm going to re-emphasize that you are talking about the cost of entry into this industry, and that can be as a student, that can be as a screenwriter who maybe doesn't own the final draft or whatever software, and so where are allies or others limiting those barriers to entry? So that's really important. So let's see, thank you. Yeah, Maya?
Which question am I answering? Oh, my brain is kind of blank.
Okay, so we're going, so the first question, which is, what does it even mean to really indigenize a space? And we're getting into the meat of some of these other, how it's all related. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's down to the individual to decide what that means for them. I feel like also, like, I'm thinking, like, is this live streamed? Like,
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna be careful about what I say about where I'm
say
from, but I think that like being in Copenhagen and working literally like out of like I'm white passing, like I'm very fair, but there was only 2 of us who weren't white working at that studio, and I was like one of 2 femme bodies in one of the studios I was working in Denmark. And I think that, I guess my way, I don't know, like, it was very private, like, I would take a break and I would, like, go to the roof and I would, like, dance a little bit. And a few times someone could hear me jumping around, they came up and they were like, can you not do that? And I was like, I'm sorry. But, I don't know, I feel also when you're, like, a person who is of many places, it's just like I don't know what indigenizing means to me even. I don't know. I took naps. And like they called me the napper.
Rest is resistance.
I know, I was like laying down. Yeah, there's some places I slept on the floor because there was no sofa. But I got work done, so they were like, okay, you can do that, I guess. But and then I think like something I was thinking about when you were talking about was just like, what were you talking about again? My brain is so fried. You were talking about, oh yeah, just like starting, like how do you start with doing that even? And I think like, how do you feel safe in a space? I think it's also like, it's hard when you enter a space and you're expecting something. So like the change, yeah, it just like has to start. And you have to start like seeing other people around you in that space so that you like are not like already like putting yourself in this bubble and like controlling yourself and being hyper aware of it, because as soon as that's happening, like yeah, like your creativity is also limited, your like happiness is limited, and yeah, I don't know, it's like a hard, it's like how do you start it if you're like in this cycle? It's like you just have to get people in there, and like I've been in like a few international settings, like very far away. Like I got to go to an artist festival in Sápmi in Norway, at the very top of Norway in Tromsø. There was a festival, and they did like queer Indigenous brilliance, and so they invited like people from like North America, like Canada, US, from Australia. They had people from Peru. They had people from New Zealand, like Maori. They had like everybody, and we were all in a lavu, which is like a Sami teepee. And then one of the youth, like who was there, who came with his aunt, said, "I don't know what it is. I'm so far away from home, but like it feels like home." And I think like you can create those spaces like in France in a studio, or like wherever in a studio. You just like need to have your people around you.
Yes, and you're touching on something that's really important, and it is really, I think, very much related to shifting forms, which is these old systems are crumbling and falling apart, and we are the ones that we've been waiting for. And so that sense of like, how do we start the change? Well, this change, right, starts here. And I think a lot how even the way, again, how do we open a space? Like how we do that as Indigenous people is very different. And you know, how can we, in a way, with like grace and compassion, make sure that the partners and the organizations and allies that we work with maybe incorporate some of that same, right, grounding. And this gets into like what you were saying about like how to be a better ally. And I'm just curious, in your, you know, we have a lot of combined experience right here, and you know, have been in these industries for a really long time, some of us. So are there some like good concrete examples in your career where, you know, allies have showed up in a good way?
Absolutely. You know, I think also shout out to all the allies in the room that have come today. Like, thank you for being here. We need you. We love you. Yeah. When I first started, I work at Walt Disney Animation Studios here in Vancouver. There's 2 locations. And when they first opened the studio, it's almost 3 years now, the head of the studio came forward and he said, "We're opening the studio, we want this to be a good space for everybody." They were showing the designs, they're doing all this stuff. And I'm like, wow, that's so cool. They're putting thought into absolutely everything. And then they came to a point where they're like, "And we're going to honor the land in which we're going to be building a new space on." And I was like, yeah, this is going to be it. And it went a different direction. But they said, if you have any thoughts or opinions, please come and talk to us afterwards. It's an open door policy, and we want to hear from you. And it was my first week there, and you know, I was like, oh, well, now or never. So I went in and I talked to them, and I was like, this is so cool. I love everything that you're doing. It's so thoughtful. It's so wonderful. You know, this is a wonderful opportunity because this is a new space opening. Do you think we could do something to honor the traditional lands of the people who are here, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh? And could we have a bit of art or an acknowledgement or an opening or welcoming ceremony? And they're like, I gave them a big list in an email, and I sent the email, and I was like, okay, but I don't fire me. And then they came back, and they were so really excited. He picked the biggest idea. You know, Amir, absolutely wonderful, and they partnered with Malkin. And we did, he picked the biggest one, which was a mural. And Disney doesn't do this. They don't do this very often. They don't allow for external artists to have their art on the walls in the studios. So this was a big deal, and it took a long time to organize. And we had I had a huge list to present different various artists as suggestions. And they picked Sheldon Pierre-Louis to come in and do the mural, who's a member of the community. I also wanted it to make it more BC inclusive as a whole as well, because the idea behind it was connecting 2 lands, the Burbank and the Vancouver studios, into one. And we were doing that with the trade of the interior, the Okanagan for my people, and on the coast. I have connections to the coast here to the family through my grandma. And it was absolutely beautiful mural. We had the Coastal Wolfpack come in and do a welcoming ceremony. And when Burbank found out, they're like, wait, they're doing one? We're going to go do one too. And they got on board and they did one, and it was phenomenal, and that meant so much. That was everybody involved in that, and it was incredible. And having that mural and to have that artwork on the wall and to see that in the loft and have people come in and know that they're on Indigenous land is a lot, and it's a great first step. We further went on to do a community screening with Moana 2, and the director, David Derrick, did an opening to welcoming and talking about his heritage as a Samoan, and it was beautiful. You should see these kids just lose it when he said, Seal Nation? The kids were like, ah! Puppet flail, it was amazing. They're all like, so excited. That's what indigenizing is. That's what's bringing it in. That's what's coming in. And the companies like that are moving steps, you know. These are big companies, smaller companies. You have way more capacity to shift and move and pivot faster. Do it. Nothing's holding you back. Plus, you know, it feels good. It feels really good. And I think when you do this, you're really making it a better space for everyone. You have so many international students and workers coming into these spaces that this is their first time being here. And their only knowledge of Indigenous peoples is like a really old school cartoon that's probably really inappropriate or old like Western. And they're like, you don't have leathers or feathers on. I don't really see you being. Yeah, are we allowed to say Indian? Or like, so it's one of these things. Like that awareness training is something else that's really important that needs to be done.
Thank you so much for that, and like that's so concrete. So make sure that there's reciprocity, right? There's a sense of like this is an open conversation. There's dialogue. I want to hear your feedback. I want to hear your opinions, and then on our side, being like, okay, I'm gonna give him my opinions. We're gonna see how this goes, right? So just having that courage to make the suggestions and speak up. So.
Right. I was gonna say as much as like we want to be heard and be listened, we also want for them to be heard and listened, and it goes vice versa.
And there was something that really struck me when we were kind of getting ready for the panel, and we bring our ancestors and our community with us in this work. And if you just wanted to speak a little bit of like how that shows up in your work. Lovely to hear.
For me? Yeah. So I come from artists and storytellers, and I don't know. Can you repeat the question?
Well, I was just saying when we were speaking, right? We were talking about how we bring our ancestors into the work, and just as an example, even in the preparation for the questions that you sought out your family members.
Oh, my God, I'm going through a blank.
That's okay.
When I work, I have many people behind me, and not physically, and so. How do I explain this?
Well, I think for me, like when we were talking about it, I was like, well. Part of what I just said was like us sometimes like finding the courage to even show up and do the work.
Yeah.
And so what struck me is like, well, we're not alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're bringing our community, and I thought that was such a beautiful example when you were showing me the form line. Oh. Actually, maybe we should show that some of your work. So, which one should I show first? This one? Or this one?
Either way or. Yeah. With that's what you meant. Yeah. Okay. I get it now. So I did like I guess we can go to the other one first. Yeah, because I'll tell the backstory with it. This one was an old drawing from way back when, from when I was a teenager and everything. And so when I was preparing myself to get back into painting. And in tradition, the first thing you paint, you give away. So I was planning to give this to my eldest sister. And so when I painted this, I incorporated her colors, and I chose 3 colors because she has 3 sons. And when I in a group chat on when I worked on Molly, I was so proud that I finished something because I leave everything like almost finished. And they in the and I actually, sorry, I'm backtracking. I as you know, you grow and you evolve and your art has changed. And my dad, he was a Coast Salish artist, and so I would go to him, and he's in his 70s, and he got one eye open, and he's like, oh, this should be a negative, this should be positive, and this should be red, and so it was a collective to create this piece, and I had my brother, who's also a Coast Salish form line artist, help out with this, and so it was a family, it felt like a family piece, and to share it in the Molly group chat, and they brought up how we should try to sneak it into one of the backgrounds, and it was probably one of the highlights in my career, in my life, to have a piece of my work be seen on TV, and I was really grateful with Atomic and PBS when I really wanted to put my name behind it, because in my community, my dad has carved and painted and designed the school logos, but if you ask the younger generation who did this, they won't know it was done by Jeff McNeil Bob. They were like, it was here when we got here. So I was really grateful that they allowed the process to have my name behind it, and it's in Anna Jones's office and Kaya's counts. So yeah.
And I'm, yay. Yeah, and I'm so honored because that's a story that I wrote. Yes. So we have this beautiful connection, and I think it's like, it's important also, you know, to note that you know, it's a learning process. Like a lot of this, like Molly was definitely groundbreaking in many ways, and you know, initially on a really big project like that, you have non-Indigenous animators that are doing the form line, which really shouldn't happen, right? Like that is a very specific type of art form, and so
there's so many different nations that do their own ovoids and trilons, and just how they structure the piece.
And so again, it's like, how do we kind of slow down in creative collaboration to do our research and to be more thoughtful about true authenticity? And that really is how we can maintain and kind of uplift the integrity of these, you know, pieces, you know, that we're working on. So, Masicho, thank you so much for sharing that story. Nicole, I don't know if like you wanted to add to this, you know, conversation about like how can we show up, like how can allies do a better job?
Yeah, I think actually that's a good kind of segue, because I wanted to share my experience of working at Atomic as well, and having Molly being on the other side, because I'm in a different dimension, 3D. So what was really, really cool was they had a lunch and learn, and what I really loved about working at that studio was they would do this a lot. They would bring in different speakers, and one of the speakers was one of the, I don't know if you know, but they were teaching us the language, the Dene language. And even though it was from Alaska and my family's from the Northwest Territories, we speak a different dialect.
Is it Alan Hayton by chance? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just remembering being super excited to see that. Because I was like, oh, like this is something from my culture that I don't know, but is actually in the space that I work, and it's on my lunch break, and I was gonna book my calendar regardless. And I remember my boss at the time texting me, and I'm like, oh, I'm actually in this like lunch and learn thing. He's like, oh, never mind, like go, that's more important. You know, like that energy is really supportive, because I think all of us know how incredibly demanding production can be. And you know, when we're talking about rest as resistance and like not wanting to take that rest because you're going to be seen as you don't want it to be seen as weak. But for the, like it was my first time ever as an adult, like I'm in my 40s now, hearing my language being spoken live. So that was incredibly powerful. And I'm like this girl who grew up in like the suburbs and like, you know what I mean? But I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm like, that's what I like should have been hearing growing up and should have been taught growing up. But now, at least I can kind of get exposure to it now. And it was only because they did that lunch and learn. And I don't think anybody knew, right? Like how powerful that was to somebody not even in the 2D animation department. Like it's set up more for like, oh, like let's like show this off, or what am I trying to say? Sharing, educate. Yeah, let's educate.
Awareness training. Awareness training is so vital and so important, and it shouldn't be a. I reluctantly think it really shouldn't be something that's voluntary. Voluntary is best because you want people to show up and do it, but this is like a core foundation and value. Like, if I'm a guest in someone's house, I feel like I take the time to be considerate and courteous to those guests. I don't just come in and try and assert my entire agenda and what I want to do. Suicide also did a very wonderful, that was like also the first time I think I ever had that happen. It was during the middle of the pandemic after the 215, which gutted me, and I can't believe it was so hard when that happened that they let me take the rest of the day off and just to recover. But later there was a decolonizing workshop that they held, and there was a really good attendance. And I think for a lot of people, that was the first time understanding anything beyond, cowboys and Indians, which is really important. It's like, I wouldn't just assume that Samurai Jack is the entire Japanese culture or something, or like Asian cultures, right? Like, I hope not. So that's why that type of work, I think that is also a form of indigenizing, is having allies come in and support awareness training at multiple levels, and it should be participated by every level, not just the leads should be in there. The lead should be the first one in the door, being like, I'm here, I want to learn, I want to support my team. It should, common decency, and it's just, they're beautiful too, and you leave feeling better and seen, which is incredible. And just imagine that so many other people every day feel that without having to have a special meeting or anything. They're like, is this how you feel all the time? Oh, no wonder.
This is really cool.
Well, I think that's really important, is we want to leave a space feeling seen, feeling better, feeling included. And I just want to commend each and every one of you for bringing your values into the space, for beautifying spaces, for being present. And some of us, when we're the only Indigenous person, in the room, sometimes that can feel like an isolating, lonely thing. And so I also want to, commend all of our partners and allies who are really hand in hand with us in this work. And I think what you said was really important. Like, don't be afraid to we all make mistakes. We all say the wrong thing sometimes, Can we give each other like a little grace and make that a part of our community agreements? Like sometimes oops, I might say something and then hurt somebody and you can say, ouch. And we have this little rapport. So let's, I think, setting the tone, making community agreements so we're all on the same page. And sometimes that does mean the learning about the history of colonization as we do our best to untangle it and dismantle it together collectively. This has been such an incredible conversation. I hope you all bring the conversation with you, and really, I hope we gave you some stuff to ponder. I was given what's that? Okay, awesome. So we'll go ahead and open that up to the audience.
pushing this kind of like funnel towards industry, but like what am I doing to actually make sure that like those industry spaces are safe for like when they get there, that like the industry spaces can be so toxic. And like even within XN, like I just started working there in September, and it's like we're a program that admits like 150 students every year, and like not a single one of those students is Indigenous. Like that feels kind of crazy to me. Like where, like what are we doing as a school for outreach? Like I don't know yet. Like I don't want to do it all. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired.
Oh my God! Yes.
Come on up here.
I'm just going to add on to that, Tanse, Sandy, fuck. So I work with youth and children, and a lot of, as an organization, 18 years as an arts organization, and being Métis, I've had to, lots of stories. But I live and play on the Skohomish Nation, which is adjacent to the Seychelles Nation, so I do a lot of work with the nation. And the children, so I went to a career fair last year for the nation. You were not there. The arts were not there. There was, everything was just very, very low common denominator. And I was kind of appalled by it all. And I was like, well, where are the, but you made a very good point. Like, how safe is it for them to enter? So there's a lot of work to be done even in the communication. And that's what I am dedicated to, is to make sure that they know that, yeah, you can make a living as an artist, and damn it, you should be, because you are all very sacred. So I'm here, I would love to talk to you all, and I'm gonna pass on the mic, so I wanna give you all my card later, so.
Can I just, one, with regards of not seeing, youth attend the career fair, I just want to say something. My little cousin, she goes to school here now to be an animator, and when I was in the process of going to school and sharing my drawings, she said she wants to be an animator too, and now she's in the process of doing that, and that is the highlight of my life, that I inspired one person to do it.
Thank you for saying that. I just want to say, which panel works on Mandalorian? Somebody in favor of Mandalorian? Okay, you're my son's hero, so yeah, I'm just going to mention that. You just say, hey, I got to talk to someone with the Mandalorian.
I think it's really easy to get you into exploding robots.
A lot is like, we need support too. Like when you all get into the door, right? There's no support, and sometimes the teachers there are not ready for you to tell your stories. Like I had my brother, he was going for 3D modeling. Nobody was ready for his stories, and he dropped out, right? And like, to even be able to go to school, for me, like if I did not receive funding, I would not be sitting here because I had no support to be able to follow my dreams. Yeah.
I guess that's so important what you're talking about there, is the topics being not for quadrant or taboo and wanting to do them. I did the same thing when I went to school. My demo reel was about residential school and survivor and a mother having her baby stolen. Come on, Marisa, try to pick out a later topic if you want to go work in cartoons, but like at the same time, like the skills were there, and that's what mattered. But they could have been redirected a different way. It could have been taught a different way. There could have been more support.
Choose your words nice, because it does resonate onto you, and you're constantly repeating everything. You're like, you know what, maybe they're right, and then you kind of feed into that. And
add on to that.
Yeah.
I think also like we talk so much about like change and like needing it, and I think it is happening. And I think also like talking about kids and like what they want to do, and like I think in a world where like more and more characters, stories like are relatable to them, what they look like what they recognize, like it becomes like a clearer path to be able to envision yourself as that kid walking in the shoes of those characters or the people that like made those things happen. And like I also do like children's book illustrations and like I'm like self-inserting. I'm fat kid, got short hair, she's a girl, but is she? I don't know. I don't know, yeah. And also like my friend's kid, Liam, has long hair, is a boy, is constantly called a girl. And I put a character in a book on purpose, like kind of low-key for him, and like gave the character long hair. And like, yeah, he looked at it, he pointed at it, he said, that's like me. Yeah. It matters.
It matters so much. I'm getting the sign that we need to wrap up, but I just want to say, as for myself, spending over 25 years of my life in this industry, experiencing a lot of hurt and trauma and just kind of being in the trenches, quite frankly. Even working on Molly of Denali, as the main creative producer from the launch of the show, we had to eventually set up a memorandum of understanding, right? A memorandum of agreement with the Alaska Native advisors and everybody else that touched the show and worked on the show. It was a lot of educating. But at the end of the day, you establish better relationships and you do establish better understanding and compassion, and it's a process. Getting it right is a process, and this shift and this change that's happening in the world. And there are more of us than there are of them, by the way, right? There are more of us that are coming from this grounded place of compassion and love, and we are one human global family connected to our Mother Earth. And we're not going anywhere, and we're going to keep on showing up in all the spaces. And so, Masi Cho to all of you for being in solidarity. We're doing the work together.
You can see how starved we all were to want to talk about this topic, that we're all just like, I got more things. Yeah. Oh, there's all this stuff I need to say, and you're like, come find us after, and we'll all talk about it. It was great.
I didn't realize how quickly it went by, and I'm like, we had like 4 questions planned out, and I'm like, we got through one of them, there's 3 others. 2 others. Yeah, but I guess I'm counting, I guess. But yeah, I just want.
We'll keep the conversation going.
Yeah,
Thank you so much to all our wonderful panelists. I'm wearing my progressives today too, and I can't decide if I want them on or off. Thank you so much for sharing all of your incredible knowledge. It was so inspiring, and thank you, Princess Daja, for like such beautiful moderation, such like intelligence, grace, holding the space in such a beautiful way. It was so inspiring. I raise my hands to all of you for all the good work that you're putting into the space. And yeah, I just wanted to briefly add to that as well too. My foundational artistic practice is theater, and we're having the exact same conversations in our industry. And it's so inspiring and moving to see these like pockets of artists like moving the conversation forward in such a good way. So hands up to you all. It's super inspiring to be here. So heads up. Yeah, thank you. So I just would like to, I'll do some housekeeping and let you all know what's coming up next. Thank you so much again. Yes, let's have some nice images. Oh, so cool, so fantastic, Maya. Oh, beautiful.
This is for the Inkwo. This is concept art for Inkwo. Scary.
This is so cool to see. It's just so cool to see the process,
Yeah.
right?
It's incredible.
There were so many people, these were going back and forth between to make the costume.
Pretty humbling.
The first storyboards on the paper and then lots of research.
So cool. Oh, there we go. All your beautiful work. Yeah, that's much. Thank you. Such beautiful images, too. So inspiring. I wish I could draw. Heads all. That was so beautiful. Okay, y'all, if you signed up for the VR exhibit, it's taking place in room D1390. And up next, our next panel is Let's Talk Money. And it's coming up at 11:30. I know that we're doing a little bit of time, I'll keep you posted with time if anything changes, just about like 5 or 10 minutes. We'll keep you posted. And what else do I have here? And also, reminder that lunch will be at 12:30. So, Haitsapka so much for all of you. And thanks again to our amazing panelists and moderator. And keep enjoying the symposium. See you soon.
How's it going? It definitely feels like I'm in the car kind of thing. I'll get you up.
I wear it underneath.
Yeah. American power shirt. Not so bad. How'd it go the first time?
Yeah, it looks like 40 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
I think they're trying to...
Amina said that she was trying to make it. Oh. I'm not really undisclosing. Yeah. I'll go check it out at workshops in a second. Oh wow. Oh wow. Look at that.
He knows where to put his things. Can we load up the panel for the second?
Yep. Or you want to, like, for the actual presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it just as easy to put it here?
No.
No, it's easy to put it there.
Because the clicker will start in the voice.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, is that?
In that?
No, in Calgary.
That's really cool. Okay,
There's a great Mexican place.
So this goes back in for the.
Oh, okay. even though I think we made it. My sister lives in Calgary, so they're going to be spending
Nice. 2 or 3 is the best time to go because it's floors, so there's not as many people in there. And then right next door is a wonderful store called Stealing Room. So every Saturday we go for dinner at 2.
We're gonna go back to that at some point.
And then we like sneak next door.
You can put it in presentation mode. You just there's many ways.
Fair enough. Now you gotta throw the green.
And then we gotta put this out. So here it is on one place.
Sixth Avenue.
Nathan, what's your name?
AVE.
Clicker mode. Sure.
And then
Stealing Room.
uh-oh.
I don't care if it's
I was hanging out with Yolanda Skelton when she directed a couple of my
You're muting the audio, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I just left the mics on. Just easier. The chairs are all oriented that way, but everyone comes in and sits here.
Yeah.
As long as you got an angle on it.
Hey, I have 2 angles, it's good enough.
We thought when this room up there got built, that people would start using this side, but
Yeah, no.
everyone comes
Everyone's just used to using this side, so it's just like,
they always
yeah.
come up this stairs because
Yeah.
they don't want to be seen.
Yeah.
And they squeeze through
Yeah, it's
we asked them to like take some of these stairs years ago.
Justin, there's just not enough space to go through, like, oh, you can't go through here, sorry.
I mean, often people will come right through. That's actually
That's true.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back to panel number 2. Yes. Okay, a reminder that if you signed up for the time slot for the VR exhibit, it's happening right now in D1390. Okay, here we are. Did everyone have a good break? Yeah? Everyone got some like croissants and some danishes and we're ready to go? Okay, we're here with panel number 2, Let's Talk Money. Let's talk money, Indigenous funding opportunities. Do you have a vision or an idea and you want to know how to fund it? This panel will bring invaluable representatives of the funding bodies and they will have all the answers to your money questions. We all want to know. They will have all the answers to your money questions and jump-starting your projects. This is relevant for both emerging and established artists and creators in their practice. Like, we all need to continually know, like, there's always shifting things happening with funding, so it's just like always good to have these refreshers. So I'm going to invite our panelists and our moderator up onto the stage, and I'll introduce them and read out their bios. So please, panelists and moderator, come on stage. Woo! Come, come, come. Our fabulous knowledge keepers. Thank you. Okay, great. So our moderator over here, just raise your hand, Lena. Lena Minifi. Say it one more time for me. Oh, yeah, there we go, Kakatla. I was going to say your last name. Minifi. Minifi. I was like, Minnie Mouse, Minnie Mouse.
Yeah.
Lena Minifi from the Kakatla is a Vancouver-based film and television producer, and her work includes co-directing The Good Canadian, producing Bones of Crows, Lily Gladstone, Far Out There, and British Columbia and Untold History. An award-winning series producer, Lena has led impact campaigns for Indian Hordes, the Grizzlies, the New Corporation, and she's a real-world producer program fellow and a 2024 trailblazer. Thank you so much for being our moderator today. And our panelists. Sorry. Christy Asu. Raise your hand, please. Christy is a Haida, and I'll let you introduce your nation and get into that to introduce yourself. But her experience is in Indigenous film and TV, where she specialized in the areas of project management, program development, producing and production financing, As a producer, she has supported the creation of content that celebrates Indigenous arts, culture, and language. She's an advocate for Indigenous rights and equality and is dedicated to ensuring the representation and inclusion of Indigenous people both on and off screen. Thank you so much. Okay, Nathaniel Marchand. Hello, hello. Works for the Canada Council for the Arts as a program officer in their program, Creating, Knowing, and Sharing the Arts and Cultures of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. He has over a decade of experience as an artist, an arts administrator, a curator, and a community workshop facilitator. Thank you so much for being here. Luann Neal is both a practicing visual artist and arts administrator. In her life as a visual artist, Luann creates works in textiles, paintings, digital design, and is currently learning the art of wood carving and sculpture. As an arts administrator, Luann currently works with Creative BC as a program lead and program analysis for the Rogers Indigenous Film Fund Grant Program. Thank you so much, Luann, for being here. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful panel.
Let me check the microphone. There we are. So excited to have you guys here today. This is always a topic that everybody sort of wants to dig into. So I want you guys to sort of talk a little bit first. I want to introduce your nations and a little bit about how you got here. So maybe your art practice. Just to look at your brains again.
Art practice. I realized my bio didn't say I'm the director of funding programs at the ISO, so that's what I do. You want intro and then how I got here, right?
I think, yeah, just talk a little bit about your nation, and I think how you got interested in art, I think, in film is
Oh God, I never thought that I could do film. I never knew that it was a job that you could make money at, like most people, I think. But I went to Capilano and took the digital filmmaking program there for 2 years, and then got straight into filmmaking. I was more of a director, field producer, editor, all of the things. I mean, Lena and I worked together doing transcribing early on, like so long ago. But I did that until about, I think, 6-ish years ago, and then I started working for TELUS Story Hive, being the head sort of their Indigenous filmmaking program that they were offering funding for. And then the pandemic hit, things were happening, and then I saw that the ISO was hiring. I was like, I can't work there, I don't want to move to Toronto, I can't move there, I'm a BC girl, and born and raised, so. But it was great, because I applied, and Carrie Swanson, who's in the audience, our CEO, interviewed me, and then I've been there for 3.5 years now, which has been really great. I am Haida Pukwakiwak. I'm from Vancouver Island, based on the Weemukai Nation, and my mother's from Haida Gwaii, so I have deep roots in both places, really entrenched in my culture since a little kid, and yeah, that's me.
Thank you.
Tanchi, I'm Nathaniel. I'm Métis on my father's side from beautiful shores of Georgian Bay and Irish-Scottish from my mom's side. I honestly would have never expected to be here as a sort of representative funder years and years ago. I have been an artist, a musician all my life, a storyteller, and always trying to find the best medium to navigate that. I love doing community workshops. I work a lot with natural materials, so that's always been a big part of what I do, sharing that knowledge, learning, sharing what I learn. I actually also come from a bit of a filmic background. I studied communications, video, and sound production in university, and started working a little bit in Montreal. Not a ton of film work in Montreal, but some great stuff going on. Once I moved out here, again, the pandemic happened. Started piecing together more arts admin jobs, and that led me to creating a sharing program. For those of you that don't know, it's a program at Canada Council that's specifically focusing on supporting the arts and cultures of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, both artists and cultural carriers. So we'll probably get into that a little bit more. Thanks.
Yeah, I want to know what happened to my application. Leila Kastofla. Leila Kastofla, Ika Wagatin. Gaitin Laka Mamela de Clark, so Aquatius. Lamka and Leila Kastaka, Homasquam Schlewa Tooth to us, Homish. The Ehishkela Gachans Ganchelachok, a witness of us. In my language of Kwakwa, I've just introduced myself by one of the 4 names I carry, Ikatwaga, and in English I'm known as Luann Neal. And I'm part Irish too, that's where the Neal comes. Maybe we're cousins. And just also acknowledged the 3 host nations whose lands I travel through. Just thank them for always making me feel so welcome when I travel through the lands of their ancestors. I have a really, I used to call it strange, but now I call it dynamic background. I actually am a practicing visual artist, always wanted that for my life, but we all know in the modern world someone's got to pay the rent. So I went to school and I actually studied public administration because I was working in government at the time and thought that I was going to continue on and be a bureaucrat the rest of my life because that pension was right there at the end. And I got halfway through that career and went, this is not the hill I want to die on. And so I had to dig a little deeper and find a way to get myself working in grant programs. And this has become my little corner of the world. And I love the work I get to do, mostly with Indigenous grant funding programs. I take some of the things that I learned in the world of public admin, policy especially, and take apart existing grant programs and listen to what artists say to me and change those policies, change those processes, application forms, all those kinds of things. So that's how I've landed where I am now, which is with Creative BC, and have had the opportunity for the last 4 years to set up, launch, and run the Rogers Indigenous Film Fund, which just ended this year. But now I'm in the process of writing a report, my good old public admin side, to talk about recommendations that I've heard from everybody who's been involved in this program. So I'm really looking forward to sharing whatever we can, all of us share. We had a little chat before about some tips that we can share, and also any questions people might have too. Thanks.
Thanks, Anissa. Thank you so much. I just wanted to be able to humanize, because we all come from a place of working creatives coming into art, and now you know each one of these our panelists have actually done grant writing themselves and had to not only apply for their own work, but now are human. You can actually go to them and be like, oh yeah, this is the problem I have, and they have experienced it as well. So thank you for doing that. I want to talk to you a bit now about sort of what are the top misconceptions that applicants have when they're applying for funding programs specifically related to Indigenous artists.
She's looking at me with that side eye.
I mean, I was thinking about this morning, and misconceptions around the applications. I think that people think we're not accessible. Like, you can reach out to us anytime, we're available, we want to build relationships with everybody. But the other big one I was thinking about too is that they think we just do film and TV, but the last 2 years we've had a really successful interactive and immersive program and funded a lot of people in BC, so that makes me really happy and they support everybody. But that program's been really, really successful. There's some people here today that have gotten grants from that program. But yeah, I think the biggest one is just thinking we just do film and TV because we do podcasting now, interactive and immersive. We did support like a delegation this year to MIT, and then also that included, I think, Lisa Jackson's Dome project that went to Berlin this year. So we're doing things outside of those programs as well to support the interactive, immersive, and animation community as well, and we're trying to do more of it. So if you have ideas, reach out to us. We're open. We always want to hear from the community and what they need. So that's where we're at.
I think one of the biggest misconceptions that I've experienced, especially doing outreach in community, it's one thing being at the office and getting calls and emails, but when we do outreach in community, one common refrain I hear from people all the time is that they don't think they're professional enough to apply for a grant. They could have been making art their entire lives, and just because they haven't had a ultra professional opportunity, they don't regard themselves as professional artists, but they are. So a big part of that is the education piece of empowering people to accept that if you are making art for years and years, that you are just as valid as an artist, and you have a story to tell, you have creation inside of you that you need to share. So empowering them and then equipping them with the skills and understanding to feel like they can apply to these grants, and you know, breaking down some of those barriers, those administrative barriers that we do have, unfortunately, in place. Yeah.
I want to admit to this too, and I feel a bit called out. I was actually probably over the age of 35 or 36 before I considered myself an artist. But I went to art school and film school, and I've been doing film since I was 19. And I always felt that way too. I like to help other people apply. I was like, well, they're artists. They're like a true artist. I'm still figuring it out. So I also like saved on from doing grants for a long time with imposter syndrome, and it's something that we feel in our communities. And as a woman, sometimes you get imposter syndrome, but I wanted to say, like, please just get past that barrier, just and bring people around you. I think important that you want to have help you out with your grants.
Yeah, same, ditto. And also, what I really spot is people think that they can only apply for one grant once. And I used to do, Arlene isn't able to join us today from First Peoples, but I used to work with First Peoples. And I was so happy with the work I did with them because they sent me around the province, 22 communities in 24 months. And I went into those communities to teach grant writing and to demystify some of those things. And people were pretty surprised to find that they could apply several years in a row. One of the things also is that, you know, am I emerging? Am I professional? Which category am I in? And the advice I used to give back then was always, start at the beginning. Consider yourself emerging, because we all do anyway, and ride that for a couple of years, because even though a grant might have more money if you call yourself mid-career or a professional, you know, having done it for many years, you can't go back in your particular form. So if you use the emerging grant for a couple of years, you can apply more than once, you can get a grant several years in a row. Make use of that, because it's a chance for you to build, and you may find, and you probably will, you'll find halfway through that process that there's a whole other path that you were really meant to follow. So, and I really like to encourage people to, you know, not go there and stick there because you went that way. You'll probably pivot a couple times before you land in that professional thing that you think you're supposed to be. You'll arrive there, so, you know, make use of all the years you can.
Solid advice, thank you so much. I have a longer question, it's a little more complicated, but how does an applicant confidently approach grant writing? So what do you consider a really strong application beyond just the technical parts of each of the sections? Are there key ingredients, clarity, vision, collaboration, protocols? What do you individually at your organization sort of look for as a strong application?
Sure, I'll start. I always encourage people to really, you know, when you're talking to some people at the project in person over the phone and they're passionate about it and they're explaining it so well, and then they're struggling to put that on paper, just write what you're telling me, write from the heart. If there's super technical jargon, maybe get some of your peers, some of your friends, some of your family to read over it. If they're not understanding it, maybe you should explain that a little bit, because especially in our program, we're not specific to one artistic medium. We try our best to get peers that are assessors that will understand those files that they're reading. But it's really important to just speak with the same passion and excitement about your projects that you would when you're just explaining it to your peers and to your friends. It's also really important to recognize the people you're collaborating with, the people who have gotten you there. If you are consulting with people, to make sure they're paid, paying your elders, paying the knowledge keepers that you're working with, paying the community members that you're working with. If not, it just doesn't seem quite as impactful to the community. We're not just supporting the artists in so many of these projects, we are also supporting the community that they're part of. So that's really something to consider and take care of.
I was going to say that. take that a
Me
step
too.
further. Here, I'll buy you another minute. Take it a step further. What I always recommend, because being a visual artist myself, I just like to draw it all up. I draw myself a picture, I draw myself a little map, and then I start doing a little bullet on my map. And it's a process. The grant writing process really is a process. And I think that it shows if you've taken the time. Don't do the 11th hour thing, because now that everyone's got portals, they always crash, right? So I now start months in advance and practice what I preach. But one of the best tips that I heard from other professionals was, when you open up the grant application, it says project description. So you start describing it. Then they ask for a timeline. Then they ask for a budget. Put those all on different pieces of paper and lay them side by side, because what I'm looking for is consistency across those three things. If you say, I'm going to spend the next 6 months doing A, B, C, and D, I should see that in your work plan. I should see, or your timeline, I should see those 3 months with those three things. And then your budget should also correspond with what you said you were going to do, where you're going to pay everybody, how much you're going to pay them. If you take a nice bird's eye view of that at the end, you're on your way to a good grant. And I think that's what we tend to do, is we go very linear. We go in, we start writing, especially because of the portals again. We just start writing, and you forget. And it all makes sense to you because it's in your head, but it's not appearing on paper. There's nobody on your jury is going to make any assumptions. They're not going to fill in the blanks. They can't assume anything. They're not going to say, well, they did say this, so there must be money in the budget. If it doesn't, in order for us to objectively look at everybody's application fairly and equally, those things should thread together nicely.
But the juries will catch those things too. If they're not concise across the board. We have a peer assessment process at the ISO where it's people at usually the same level that have the same kind of experience. They understand the budgets, the vision, the medium, everything. So they're looking at every little piece and making sure the vision is clear. From what I've seen, I don't, typically read all the applications, but what has mostly made a good application is being very clear and concise, having a clear vision, having a great team behind you, also having supporting letters for that team. And then, also what Luann was saying is making sure all those little pieces line up, because if they don't, someone's going to catch you. And they always do too, because our peer assessment process is great, and people really want to do a good job and make sure that the best projects are funded. So.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
Just what you're saying there too about our juries, and they're called peer assessment and all kinds. They got all kinds of new names now. But if you haven't been on jury, really think about getting on a jury sometime.
Oh yeah, reach out to us. If you want to be on a jury, reach out to us. We are looking for people, so.
Most organizations or funding agencies have a self-nomination process. Send in your resume, let them know. I think that probably we're looking a lot more at doing some orientation sessions beforehand, so you know how to be on a jury. Not just going to throw you. We all got thrown in. We won't throw you in. So I think that's a good skill to have.
Yeah, we all get thrown in at some point, but I also find that sitting on boards, especially boards that apply for grants on a regular basis. So besides obviously being on a jury and putting themselves forward, being on boards, you can kind of get an idea of those processes too if you have a chance. Ask your local organizations or nonprofits what they're working on. My question is, part B to this question is accessibility. So I know a lot of people or a lot of organizations are now looking at accessibility and how to sort of help people through this and guide people who have different needs. Do you want to tell me each of the organizations what you're doing to get a more diverse grant spread for accessibility?
Yeah, we offer accessibility support as a monetary amount, so you can just reach out to us if you need some kind of support with writing, access to internet. If you want to submit a video application, we accept those as well. I think we've only gotten a couple over the last
We know how to do
years.
video, mostly.
But yeah, if you just reach out to us, we'll do our best to support in whatever needs you have in terms of accessibility. But we do have that funding available for applicants.
Yeah, same. We have application assistance for those with whether it be cultural, technological, physical, mental disabilities that might prevent them from writing the best grant. So, you can find a service provider and contact us for the rates for that. We're also working on something for audio and video applications. It's still kind of in the works. Another thing to consider too is we get them rarely, but occasionally, people who are really just, they don't speak English or French, so they need some extra assistance with writing or presenting their project in a way that the peers will be able to read it. So occasionally we'll get those applicants and we can kind of liaise between them and somebody who speaks their traditional language and is also equipped with good writing skills, so they can kind of relay their messages to a grant that then the peers can read. So that's pretty rare, but it can be done. So if you do know anybody that is just not comfortable enough in English or French, we can talk about that.
So with Creative BC right now, there's been grant coaching that sort of doubles as providing accessibility, but that's actually being expanded right now. We're taking a really close look at how that works. And we got a lot of inquiries under the Rogers Film Fund, Indigenous Film Fund program. I think that what funders actually need, if I can just flip this a little bit, is funders need to hear from you. Because it wasn't until we heard from an applicant who has vision problems, and they did get somebody to help them, but it wasn't until after they had submitted their application that they said, by the way, do you have any support? And we probably could have provided that support if we'd known in advance. So not all funding agencies already have these things in place, or they do things like several things are put under one umbrella and it's not obvious that there's accessibility support. So we have a committee that's taking a more close look at the technology side, for deaf or hard of hearing, for people who are legally blind, and people with literacy problems. That, from the time I worked with First Peoples, that was the biggest thing. A lot of elders were not applying, who've been artists their whole lives, because they have literacy problems and nobody in the community to help them write. And if they could have phoned us and let us know, that would have been one approach. But what ended up happening was we ended up doing these outreach. That's why I traveled around for 24 months, was we just went out there and found out for ourselves. So I think it's really important for people, when we talk about the program officers are always there to hear from you. Call and let us know what you need, because it may well be that the funding agency just didn't anticipate that and are definitely willing to do something about it.
Yeah, we found that too, where people have reached out after, and I think it's what prompted us to have this fund, right? It's challenging if you don't reach out to us right away. That's why we encourage everybody to have conversations with the program managers, and we're really open to it. It's almost like the coaching of the application in a way. So yeah, reach out to us if you need it.
And I think ultimately we all work for our respective organizations, but when it comes down to it, we work for the artists, right? So please do reach out to us. We're happy to help. It's nice talking to the artists instead of doing all the admin work, so please do it.
Speaking of artists, I didn't get your name. I want to shout out the artist on the side here who's taking all the notes and the whiteboard. Thank you. Mo Dawson. I appreciate you and keeping our notes. I wanted to, let's talk about different mediums and different forms, because so many of our Indigenous artists work in, I guess, all the mediums you can imagine, plus, and also are working in community-based practices and ways. How does each of your organizations make sure that you're innovative and flexible enough within your systems and within the granting system to encapsulate some things that are maybe new mediums or innovative or experimental, or our traditional arts?
I think that, just the array of funding programs you can apply to, and they've all got their different focuses and umbrellas, but they're not so siloed anymore. I think back in the 90s, they were so siloed, and everything had to be separated, and multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, I think under Canada Council especially, started to become this place where people could go, well, you can't have dance without music, and you can't have dance without your visual arts costume being made. So it became really obvious, and I think a lot of our predecessors were really conveying that message to a lot of funding agencies that our arts are inherently interdisciplinary, they're connected, that's just it. So we're not going to split them all apart. I think that a big part of it too is those all-important phone calls, talking to us in advance and getting some advice on things that you can do to strengthen what you're trying to say, and giving examples, and not being afraid to bring together several art forms. Just because a fund says that, like ours, Rogers Indigenous Film Fund, but there's so many other things that we supported. It was all still under the larger umbrella, but sometimes funders are so, we get money and then we have to put it out the door so quickly that there isn't always the time to develop the actual program and really be responsive. So it really relies on us artists to keep calling them. So, and I call Canada Council all the time. You know what you should do. So do that. Join me.
I think for us, like for the ISO, the Interactive and Immersive program really was kind of born out of hearing from community and realizing that, hey, we should be supporting games, we should be supporting XR, VR, like really unique kinds of content, which has been really, really successful, that program. And we do have this flexibility at the ISO to really hear from our community, like what is hot now, what needs support, what can we start funding, like we're looking more at animation now. So yeah, it's a number of things, and I think just for us being open and having the ability to create other programs and partnering with other agencies has really helped us, I think, and giving the community what they need.
I think something that stands out at Canada Council is because our program in particular, it's open to so many different art forms and cultural expression forms, that it can sometimes be challenging to find ways to get peer assessors who are knowledgeable about all of it. Thankfully, our numbers have been going up as far as applications go, which means that sometimes we can make subgroups. And again, this is why it's so important to have good assessors on our team, on our side, so that we can find people with the requisite experience and perspective to speak to theater in a particular group, speak to film in a particular group. And maybe another group, it might be more cultural activities, festivals. So if you're interested, anybody who's doing other things, we're always looking for people with new perspective, people who are involved in different ways, so that we can really make sure that nothing's getting overlooked, right? We don't want to have applications that are amazing applications, but they're just not reaching the peers that we have because they just don't have the expertise. So we need a wide array of people and perspectives.
I just want to talk about how important it is to do this today, and thank Teaching Forums for doing it here and the West Coast. We have around 200 First Nations in BC, plus all of our urban representation, which you guys are. It's super important to be lifting each other up and have these conversations here in the West. I want to talk about the importance, because the only way that I was able to get to where I am and learn what I know is through mentorship. People taking me under their wing, teaching me, carving our teeth on doing transcription, production assistant, logging tapes, production coordination, management, moving up in those areas. But you have to learn every single sort of medium you go to and every single position. You need to kind of figure out what that is. So mentorship has been super huge in my life, and I actually have a mentoree now, Cheyenne. Who's here. Thank you, I want to shout out. I'm at the place of giving back, but I want to talk about in your programs, what is the importance of mentorship and partnering? What does that look like, and how does that help maybe lift up the project or make it stand out to others?
We had an incredible program that was supported by Netflix called the Cultural Mentorship and Apprenticeship Program. We're looking to bring this one back because it was really successful. It was an incredible opportunity. I think the biggest thing that I'm connected to is that you could apply for, to get cultural mentorship from like an elder to sit with them for a few months to understand and get into the nuances of your story or your idea of what you want to do. But that program was really great, and I'm hoping that we can bring it back again. But then also we offer training through our production program as well. You can apply for training dollars if you're funded by the ISO for up to like $150,000 just to have trainings and mentorship on set, whether it's in a studio or in the field, which has been highly successful. I don't think a lot of people know about it, but we do that. And yeah, I've had a ton of great mentors in my life, mostly producer mentors, where I didn't even know that that's what I wanted to do. And I think that those, just figuring out the nuances and specifics of what I needed to do as a producer, I think helps me in my role now, right? So it's like, that was so long ago, but I still use some of those teachings today. So mentorship's been huge for me too.
Yeah, the ISO Center of Development as well has really helped the project I'm working on for the future. It's been amazing to get people through post-production. We have a lack of people in post-production, just saying. If you guys, anybody wants to know about that, please talk to me. But Luann, did you want to talk about mentoring?
Mentoring, I love mentoring. I'm a mentor right now myself. I do another shout out for First Peoples, because First Peoples has a mentor apprentice program for arts administrators. And I'm also a big fan of getting more people interested in that side. I know artists have been telling me since the early 90s, since I got into this work, we just want to be artists. Can somebody else do the paperwork? So I heard that because I feel that when I put my artist hat on. I don't know how to manage a budget when I put my artist hat on. I think that it's very important in the RIF program, we call it for short, we included in our line items of approved activities that you could definitely call upon a mentor. Paying them properly, of course, finding the right mentor, getting that guidance to guide that project through is really important. One of the things I've been really pushing for, and I'm going to continue to push for, is something I heard from one of our elders years ago when we started getting elders in residence in post-secondary institutions and all over the place in our organizations. Well, one of my aunties got called upon, and she says, "My dear, we've been told all our life not to speak our language, not to speak, and not to pass on our traditions. And now everyone wants me to stand up in front of a room full of 500 people and do all this stuff." She says, "Can you get us elders some professional development or something?" And I went, "Of course we can. Why didn't we think of that?" And so, but it's been 30 years. I can't believe I can say that. It's been 30 years still trying to get professional development for mentors. And I know even as myself standing in as a mentor, and I do workshops all the time, but I've never written down and made notes for myself about how would I be as a mentor? What would I share? And sort of how would I take my apprentice along on this journey? So I think that it's hugely important that all of our funding programs continue to support that we get a mentor, but that we support the mentor before they step into that role.
Yeah, I mean, you're never too old to stop learning, or too experienced to stop learning. I think, whether it's artistic mentorship, cultural mentorship, or especially something that a lot of people overlook is how to navigate particular industries, right? That can be a big challenge, and things are changing so quickly too. So I think sometimes people need to keep learning on that front as well. Something we see a lot, especially with new applicants, is they want to go for the big grand slam grant right away for their big, their ideal project, which is great. We love seeing that. But there's also smaller grants available for small scale activities. If you want to pay an honorarium to somebody that you're learning under, or if you want to participate in a workshop or a symposium like this and you need funds for travel, there's travel grants. So sometimes it's about piecing together those little things that can be so valuable for learning and for really contextualizing what the work you're doing and meeting great people like we're all doing here this weekend. So great things to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, just getting out there and meeting people, I think, is huge. Yeah. Go to our travel program too.
I'm going to do a time check.
12, 14.
Okay, so we have 15 minutes left. So I would like, if you guys can take a turn each and maybe talk about any new initiatives or new things coming up that our audience doesn't know about, and I'm going to open up the floor to questions for Q&A.
I don't have any new initiatives because
Well, how can we get Rogers to keep funding creative BC?
I'll take $1 million from any corporation who wants that. Not, you know what I mean. We would love another $1 million, pretty please. We just got started. But here's how we're going to turn it into something amazing. This afternoon and for the rest of the weekend, I'm just sort of catching some of the amazing presenters. I'm just going to say hats off to what I've heard so far. It's amazing. And we've got the camera crew here as part of the gathering. We're just doing quick interviews to share with the emerging filmmakers that applied to our program, and whether they were successful or not. We really wanted this at the beginning, and so we're just going to catch up and do it here at the end. To put on our website what do you wish someone would have told you when you started? What did you learn that you know now that you would, a piece of wisdom that you would share? And then just going to open it up, because I think we all have so much to share. So we're going to be doing that this weekend as part of this forum, and also, and so put it on our site. But also, what I'll be proposing is a lot more of these, like the grant coaching, the outreach kinds of workshops, because travel, the pandemic, all those things made us a lot wiser and a lot more efficient in things we can do. So I'm really pushing for a lot more online video resources so that anybody in any community at any time of day or night can access that and get that little bit of information they're looking for. And if that helps open a door to then call us, mission accomplished. So that's what I'm focusing on for the rest of the year, and I hope that we'll partner up with all the other funding agencies and we share our links back and forth. We just want to make sure that people have access to some wisdom as they go along. And if that's all I can do before the whole program ends, then I feel like we'll have accomplished something good.
I feel like we can get together and put our heads together and see how we can keep this program going, Lion. I don't know. We need to raise the roof on this. Yeah.
Yeah, we just launched a new portal on April 1st at the
A new portal.
I hope everybody got the email. We sent it out on Friday. Just to register again. Everyone has to register and just set a new password if you haven't already, or you can just sign up again. So yeah, we launched that for all of our programs this year. Our programs are set to launch next week is the first program on Wednesday, which is the production for features and series. There's a limit of $750,000 you can apply for in that program. If you have a
Is it first
broadcaster.
come, first serve, or does someone?
No, it's not a first come, first serve. It's a peer assessed program. And then also our sector development program opens on April 23rd and travel on the 22nd. So, and if you know.
Write those days down, you guys.
They're all on our website now, and our guidelines are out, which is good. Reach out to us if you want to apply. So those are some of the exciting things. I think Imaginative's coming up this year. Our team will be there, if anybody will be there. So all of our funding teams, so everyone can have a chat with them.
Yeah, it's June this year. Imaginative is in June. It moved. It's great. So it's not competing with other festivals. Okay.
Oh yeah, and then interactive and immersive and podcasting we're going to announce at a later date. So check our website.
We too are going to have a new portal soon. Those of you that have accounts with Canada Council probably received emails about all of these updates and the freeze period coming up, which sounds scary. So there's going to be a period of time where we're not able to take in applications. So we're in a huge crunch right now to try and get all the deadlines fixed in so that people are still getting money to create things. And then there'll be a bit of a 2-month break or something like that.
A 2-month break? Is
About
it
that,
spring,
it changes from day to day. I'm not on the tech team, so I can't speak to that too well. But
I think people would like to know though if we have to like re-register or start from scratch again, like Chrissy's saying. Is that what it looks like on Canada Council? Do we have to like
so they will be able to migrate all of the active profiles. So there might be a couple steps to just affirm that you're still there, still around. I'm sure there's lots of profiles that have been there since the 70s. So we're working on really old internal systems right now from the 90s. So it's very much needed. And we're taking this opportunity as well, since we are updating everything, to really review our guidelines for all of our programs across Council, to review and try and make them more accessible, to make them more sound, to make them more secure for our communities too. Obviously, identity is a huge topic in Indigenous communities. How to make sure that our grant systems, our profile setup are secure and safe, and that we're getting money into the right people's hands. So these are all things that we're considering, that we're meeting about, taking advantage of this opportunity to really reformat our deliverables in this new program, in this new portal.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm really glad you said that about the money going to the right people. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. No, I'm just kidding.
That's a whole other panel.
But I am going to say, just from in terms of applicant eligibility, I really take my hat off to ISO for leading the way with their reports on how we clarify this in our application forms, because that's really important. And hats off also to Rogers for this 4 years, because it gave me a chance at Creative BC to just try out a new way of going beyond the checkbox for self-identity. And we just heard from, did consultations with community, asked some filmmakers, what would you be okay with us asking? And how would you respond? How can we do this in a way that's really thorough? Because ultimately, especially when we sometimes call it designated dollars or targeted dollars, these are funds for Indigenous people specifically. We want to do that well and do it right, but it's not an easy thing to get to. And so some of the things that we did with the Rogers Film Fund will then now be reviewed by all the other programs to see how we can incorporate that in and make use of the good practices that we came out of the program with. So I think that's something to look forward to, because I think it means that we're taking a really big step forward in grant funding, and especially for those corporations and other funders and donors who want to support these kind of programs. They're going to know that the people who are the money it's intended for are receiving it.
Yeah, I want to actually applaud you, because thank you for the organizations for taking this hard work on, because it used to be on either Indigenous peers or Indigenous jurists that you'd have to end up doing all the work in the dark and trying to make the best decisions.
I want to thank, there was 2 jurors at the beginning of our process that threw it right back at me. And you know what? I was not expecting it or ready for it, but they were right. They said, you can't expect us as jurors to make, you're the funding agency, you make the decision. We're an advisory panel, we'll give you advice. And I love that, because it really helped me to get on that and make the changes we need.
Well, but it helps jurists feel more confident.
Well, yeah, that helps them to just focus on the creative, right, and not feel, because it is it's a difficult process when you're looking at Indigenous identity. It's hard on anyone. If you think about looking and reading someone's profile and having to make a decision, it can be hard on people. So to have that expectation is, we don't do that at the ISO. But yeah, it just leaves space for them to really dig into what's important in the creative application.
Yeah. So thanks for changing policy. It's a really big deal. I'm going to open up to the floor now. So I don't know if we have another mic. Oh, we have a couple people. So first, second, third.
Okay. The ISO and our travel funding start like April 22nd or something?
Yeah, April 22nd.
Is that a first come, first serve?
Travel is, yes.
Okay,
yeah.
So beyond it on the 22nd?
Yeah, beyond it on the 22nd. But, in previous years, it's until the funds are depleted, but it's usually not until the end of December-ish, but depending on who applies. But yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Question there? Yeah.
Hi, Tanoya. That's the other thing. I can speak with my big house.
Your big house voice?
I wanted to state Luann, Chrissy, Lena, and I just met Nate but Luann and Chrissy have been so amazing to speak to, because I have had a lot of questions, and one of them, just acknowledging how much work you all do is really amazing, and it does sort of, it makes it a lot easier to navigate with big questions. And I think, so my question is about being successful on the development front for some of these stories that I've been writing over the years, but they're all super big budget, you know, so it's like, you know, so I'm trying to, so I do have one film that's like, okay, that'll fit in the lower budget, $2 million range, but we're also as a team, like, do we wait till we get the telefilm 8% chance funded for our project before we apply to Greater BC and Indigenous Screen Office, or so that's kind of,
I mean, that's up to you, really. I mean, the great thing about us is you can be the only person in, I think, in our second opening in the fall for production. But then again, the limit there is 500,000, so I don't know if that would meet the threshold of what you need, because then you get tax credits and whoever else you need. But it's always better, in my professional opinion, to stack your financial structure and your plan, and to get those things in line ahead of time, because that looks way better for your application at any agency, I believe.
Yeah.
I know it's challenging, and sometimes it takes time, and you can kind of get stuck in like that development piece of it. But what's great about us too is, like, if you're in development, we really look towards and we funded you, we look at those projects as well to make sure that we're supporting them all the way through to like delivery. Like, that's how our programs are set up, basically. But you know, it's really up to you. If you want to hold back and kind of say, like, I'm ready to have this budget at a lower level, just wait, just apply. But if you know you really want that big budget, then you gotta wait and just work a little bit more.
Do you mind if I do some knowledge translation for emerging people in the audience? So when you have funding in your budget, you want to have sort of a sandwich of funding from different organizations, like those on the stage and off stage. So I think what's really important in what you said, Christy, is usually you want to start with a nest egg, and so that nest egg can actually trigger other parts of your sandwich. And so you're saying, like, do I hold off till I get another egg in? And just like your answer was perfect, because like just that first one in, the first one will set you up for the next part of your sandwich. If that makes sense.
You're making me hungry.
Yeah, I know. It's lunch. It's lunch.
Hungry for more money. I would add to that always check with your program officers, because sometimes, and with several Creative BC programs, you don't have to have everything confirmed right away, because the deadlines don't always correspond. We don't all correspond with one another yet. So you can always put pending, that you've applied for this other source and that you're waiting for the response, because some programs, not all of them, it just depends on lots of different things, but some programs will say, we will conditionally approve you for our grant, and then when you get confirmation of the matching funds from elsewhere, whether it's a grant program or a private donor or some other avenue, then once you confirm that and can show that you're receiving that money, then the grant that you applied for with us would then move forward. So it's always kind of a moving target, but that's, again, with that whole idea of talk to the program officer, because every single program might have a slightly different way depending on the size of the project and the amount of money you're applying for.
So you can put pending in parentheses besides your stack in your budget on those not confirmed. Do you want to talk about sort of coming in as county council? It's a bit different setup.
Yeah, it's a little different, but I think all of those points still apply. You know, I get that it's really challenging to know what stage to go forward to which organization, right? You got to start somewhere. Obviously, something that has all their funding, except for that last stage, is going to be super feasible, and it's less of a financial risk for the organization to take. But we also understand that you have to start somewhere. So I think just having those pieces in place, of ideas at least, of where you're going to be securing some of this extra funding, whether it's through fundraising, public sector, private donors, whatever it might be, it helps the peers to kind of contextualize how feasible the project is. So,
yeah. And always get your budget and your pending budgets checked by friends and colleagues and professionals, because they can let you know if you're offside or onside with some rules. That's fine. Question, you had a question?
Thank you so much. Gosh, I just really want to thank everybody for Amanda for making this happen.
Thank you, Amanda.
Because my name is Sandy Bach, and I'm here for the people who are not here. Because trauma and money and Indigenous people go hand in hand, and I'm really grateful for what you've been doing. But I'm tenacious, I'm educated, and I have so much trauma around writing a grant. Now, thank God I have a partner who doesn't. But that's just me. And so I'm standing dedicated to help those who are so passionate about their work. But colonization has taken that, there's a huge elephant in the room around trauma and money. So, you will all be hearing from me.
What's your name? What is your name?
Buck. I've got a grant. And I just wanted to mention that. So people are here and have had to go through so much to get here if they've been supported. But if they're not supported, or they work really hard to put a grant in, and then they don't hear, oh, sorry, didn't get it. That is crushing. So I will be talking to you, and I'm just being passionate for people who aren't here. So I just want to really mention that. And then thank you for being here, so that you give me the tenacity to, for those people who I want to see in this room next year, and I'm never going to do this again, but I want this room full because they have the support of people like me and you. So thank you. Really hearing from me.
Thank you. I think the great thing now is that we have folks who go to in these organizations. I'm going to say for myself, when I first started out, there wasn't people who were Indigenous that I could go to and ask these questions to. All these organizations have Indigenous folks now, and it's 2025, and you're right, it's been a long time. A lot of people have around trauma, around rejection and grants, and I'm also one of those people. It's not past me. But I also have heard from a lot of artists and a lot of filmmakers, I'm going to say personally, that said they would keep their rejection letters stacked up and actually lean more into it and say that this is actually a pride for them to keep the rejection letters, to know that they have gone through, did that much, and when you get your first yes, it's a huge deal. And I want to say work both sides of the US border and Canada border. The amount of rejections you get in the US is like thousands. In Canada, we have a really, really strong, vibrant, arts sector, and please vote, because if somebody else gets in and decides to cancel all of this, I mean, we have to really stay stringent, because we're seeing what's happening down south too. So,
Sandy, thank you for bringing that up. I'm really, we never get enough time, because all of our panels could go on for hours or days. But that's a really good point, and I want to just loop that around to things like some funding agencies, if not all, I think all of us, are always open to talking to people if they don't get approved for a grant afterwards, because a lot of the times, and I had that same experience when I got my first rejection, I'm never going to apply again. But to call and find out what happened. A lot of the times, it really is these tiny little half points that make the difference. And it wasn't because your proposal wasn't a good one. It wasn't because people were saying, nah, we don't want to fund this. It was just really niggly little things. But you don't get to hear that in the letter. And you're gonna get an invitation. We did a whole bunch of follow-up calls this year with everybody to walk them through what was strong. And now we really instruct the jury we want you to come back with tips that you can offer this applicant. What was strong about their proposal mostly, and what would have made it stronger, not deficit talking. We just want to talk about what their strengths were.
Also, a lot of the times, there's nothing missing from the application, I'll be honest. And it's like, you're talking about those little tiny points, which could be a quarter, an eighth, a 16th of a point that is getting you funded opposed to somebody else. It's just sometimes the amount of funding that's available and how many people apply. So it's really difficult to give feedback in that way, because you don't really have much to share either.
Yeah, for those that are right on the cusp of funding, it is difficult to give constructive criticism, because nobody wants to hear, oh, you were the next one in line, right? But I have no feedback for you. Obviously, we are open to giving feedback. I know for Canada Council, in most of their programs, they say in the result letter that we don't provide feedback. In our program, we do. So you can always call us. We're happy to give feedback. We won't reveal specifically what was said by the peers by name, but we can give kind of big picture. We can read through your grant. If you contact us not right before the deadline, but well in advance of the deadline, we can kind of give you tips, go through your grant together. It's also important to note all of our assessors are Indigenous as well in our programs, so they will understand things of cultural relevance, they'll understand perspective that you're presenting. And something I maybe forgot to mention earlier, the innovation question, that is something that council-wide that they are hoping to switch into the upcoming new portal. The results letters will at least have a breakdown of how you scored relevant to each of the criteria. So it won't have notes of what the assessors actually said, but at least it'll be that little bit of knowledge so you can understand, okay, I scored really well on impact and feasibility, but for whatever reason, the relevance was scored a little lower, which is great. And I think also for those that are right on the cusp, don't get discouraged. Honestly, if it was 3 different assessors, 4 different assessors on that, maybe you would have been the one right over the line. So it is just about keeping your head up. We can't fund everybody, unfortunately, but the more people that are applying, the more power we have to request future funds in the future, or more funds in the future. So we need people to be applying, even if they're unsuccessful sometimes.
I'm going to say, you just said, oh, it's not good to hear that you were close in that. But then you know you can apply next year, which I actually like you were very close. Then you kind of know that you're on the right path. Last question, we have over here.
Hi, Isquist Kuntil Simpington. My name is Tracy Kimbono, and I'm from Penticton. I just really want to acknowledge the work that is being done by ISO and Creative BC Canada Council, because it's because of the disruptors in our communities. It's because of those people that have been doing this a long time that sat at CMF meetings and said, you have $338 million and we only get $7 million. That's how CMF, that's how ISO was started. It was a group of advocacy on behalf of primarily out here on the West Coast. Canada Council the same. It was because we disrupted and we said, we need space, we need a place in that. And Creative BC, same thing. So the reason I'm saying that is because we are in a time that is very, very precarious. And so I want everybody in here, you know, we have ISO, we have all of this now. But there's gonna come a time when we're gonna have to disrupt again. We're gonna have to stand next to Christy and Carrie and Luann and Nathaniel and explain why these funds are incredibly important and cannot be cut. And so, you know, I just wanna, you know, this is, I mean, I remember doing this in the 1900s. It sounds silly, right? But
before the turn of the last century.
Seriously, I started in 1987, right? And so that's only, I was 55 years old when I decided that I was going to embark into VR after producing documentaries for a number of years. And so I want to say that to the rest of the crowd. It's like, you're never too young, you're never too old to take up another part of your craft in the arts. So,
Thank you. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. I also want to say how far I know your name, and I've seen your name for a really long time, so it's great for you to be here today. I just want to say thank you to our panelists. I also want to say, if you want to have password, I'll give it to you. I do want to say how far we've come too. We have people in BC now, First Nations in BC, who are now Oscar nominated. But they're Emmy nominated. My friend Dusty got an Emmy the other day here. We're at this place now where we're developing artists that we can't look away from the work they're doing, because we're getting to those places. We're breaking those areas, but we're also rising in our own nations and setting precedents for our own communities too. So thank you.
I just want to close the loop on what Sandy said and what Tracy just mentioned. Disrupting and reminding all of our community leaders, whether you're in the city and work closely with the Friendship Center or you're working closely with your band, most of our bands have economic development corporations. And lots of that ends up, especially in BC, being focused on resource industry. They are there to support us as well in this industry. So I've been nodding a little bit. And I think that it's really important that we let our own communities know, especially the ECDEV organizations, we need financial management workshops. We need our young people to grow up knowing how to do this. We need people who are in the industry now having access to that kind of information. And those ECDEV corporations have a mandate, there's my policy brain going again, they have a mandate to provide those kinds of services. So insist upon those services, ask them to start providing them. Because as artists, we have to manage all this money. Not everyone knows how to do a budget. Just doing basic budgeting workshops for home and for projects would be really helpful. Thanks.
Maybe just really quickly too, I know it can be daunting to ask questions in a big room like this. We didn't have a ton of time. We're around, come chat with us. I brought some info too, if anyone's really unfamiliar with guidelines and programs, come talk to me, happy to chat.
Do you have hours that you're setting up to talk to? I thought you were going to have some hours.
Yeah, I'll probably set up some stuff during lunch. We'll figure it out. I don't know. Just come talk to me. I'll be around the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful, informative panel, all the knowledge that you shared. Hatsapka, hands up to you. I will be asking you lots of questions too. I'll come find you. Yeah. Yes, so just a reminder that there is an incredible VR exhibit that's happening right now in room D1390. So go check that out. And we are on lunch, and lunch, you can grab lunch upstairs outside the Aboriginal Gathering Place. You can view the incredible art exhibit there, visit the sponsored booths, you can buy some merch. And I'll just let you know that our next panel, 1:30 to 2:30, Infinite World Building, Indigenous Creators and Interactive Media, right here in the Reliance Theater. And workshops, Journey of a Pixel Carver from 1:30 to 4 in room C1290, and the VR Jam Part 1, VR Modeling Workshop from 1:30 to 3:30 in room 1260. Did you get that? Okay, thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. And we'll reconvene back here for our next paddle. Go check out everything, Hatsapka, and enjoy the afternoon. Thank you.
want to come up and read? Or here, I'll come over there. You guys hold that. Here, darling, let me bring it to you. Yeah. Airdrop. Yeah. Take it deep, You're supposed to bump them. You're supposed to bump them, right? Yeah, you're supposed to, and it's... Why did the other one work? Let's try it again. Might be big, yeah. How big is the file? 20 minutes. Should be fine then. It's just not bumping yet. All very sexual. Get in there! Using my fingers. Make it connect. We can just do the one video, it's fine. No, we can't. You're too interesting. Okay. I didn't have a live either. Yeah. But I think we're going to get one. I'm going to do this again. That's fine. It's getting dangerous. Oh, it's coming? Don't move. You stay right there. The internet is coming. Oh, go on. Yeah, it's actually still. Yeah, do the intros.
No intros, just housekeeping. You know, while we're getting all set up, I'm just going to say a little reminder. The workshops are going on right now if you were signed up for them. Journey of a Pixel Carver is in room C1290. And the VR Jam Part 1, VR Modeling Workshop, is in room C1260. And reminder that if you signed up for a time slot at the VR exhibit, it's happening in room D1390. So we'll be with you in a moment, and we'll be starting in a few minutes.
Yeah, I have most of the panels on there. But yeah, so he's setting a load of them. Yeah, that's what I'd like to. Yeah, but slide.
It's just across the street.
Okay, I'll just leave you. Is he going straight now? Hopefully I can do it now. Yeah. Yeah, because he just texted me and said, well, the track was at 3:30.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So,
I think so, yeah. Okay, cool. Yes.
It's good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are we good with the files?
I think there's something for the last one. But yeah, everything. The only thing is sometimes you have to switch between. I also still need to go get the lab mic from one.
Yeah.
And then if we want to put these extra slides on, we should. Oh yeah. Turn this close down.
Welcome back. Did you enjoy your lunch? Yeah, I know I was starving. It was fantastic. Such a good lunch. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for being here for our next panel. Again, my name is Jolemia Espero. I am from the Humatquin Nation, and it is my deep honor and pleasure to be your host for the symposium, co-host with Kaya George. Haizetka, everyone. So here we are, panel number 3. Woo! We have some amazing talent again on stage to give us drop down some knowledge for us. Okay, so here we are. This is Infinite World Building, Indigenous Creators in Interactive Media. Be inspired by the myriad of possibilities of interactive technologies that our creators offer. Excuse me. Join our panel of interactive media artists and storytellers as they talk about creating immersive, ever-expanding worlds, new tools and platforms to experiment with, and their dreamed-up indigenized futures that we all want to be part of. Yes. Okay, so little introductions here. Raven John, raise your hands. Woo! Round of applause, yes. Tell you a little bit about Raven here. In their bio, Raven John, artist, involuntary comedian, and Two-Spirit activist, is of Coast Salish and Stolo Nation descent. This Two-Spirit trickster is a BFA graduate from ECU with a major in visual arts and a minor in social practice and community engagement, as well as a graduate of the Northwest Coast Jewelry Arts Program and the Native Education College, and IM4 Labs virtual production, micro credential. Woo, woo, woo. Raven is a visual artist, cultural consultant, mediator, storyteller, photographer, and sculptor. A jack of all trades and master of few? I don't think so. Master Raven. Their practice covers a wide array of mediums, from provocation and humor, puppet making, ceramics, dressmaking, interactive electronics, VR, and indigenous technologies. Hi, Chika, for being here. Yay! Casey Kozak. Just raise your hand just in case. Casey Kozan is Dene interdisciplinary artist from Yellowknife that uses various mediums to communicate how culture and technology can grow together in order for us to develop a better understanding of who we are, where we come from, and where we're going. He creates with whatever tools necessary to bring an idea to fruition, mostly working with sculpture, installation, 3D, VR, AR, 360, video, and audio to create music, soundscapes, and film scores. He is an international artist that has participated in many residencies, exhibits, festivals, and collaborations in parts of the world such as Finland, Colombia, Chile, Mexico, the Netherlands, USA, UK, and Italy. And he is also a musician, producer, filmmaker, so many things that all of us talented people, the list of interdisciplinary talents that you all have: actor, narrator, and advocate for future generations of artists and musicians. He has a multimedia production diploma from Lethbridge College. And I'll just so many trainings as well too. So Haizetka, Casey, for being here on our panel today. Yay! Round of applause. Taylor MacArthur. Who is Taylor? Thank you for the setup. Taylor MacArthur, raised in southwestern Manitoba, is currently residing in Montreal, Quebec. She is a current computation arts specialization undergraduate student in Concordia's Fine Arts faculty. Impressive. MacArthur digital arts artist working with 3D animation, video game design, and video. Her practice is informed by Indigenous futurisms, and she seeks to situate her Indigenous culture within
both the modern and a potential future vision. Aitsepka. Haichka. Yeah. And I will say, when you're all going to have a chance to introduce yourselves, so you can tell us a little bit about your nation and your territory yourself. You'll be able to better articulate that than I can. So Ciswais is an interdisciplinary artist who works within digital media. Woo! We got a woo! Yay, Cis! Writing, performance, and land-based remediations as her multidisciplinary arts practice. She is a community-engaged and public artist, Indigifuturisms developer and artist, land-based artist, and an ethnobotanist, permaculture designer. You do it all. Yeah, she is currently expanding on her research with wild mushrooms, and as not only a means for remediation of soil areas damaged by industry, colonialism, and other toxic waste, but as a means of healing our bodies, minds, and spirits, to go further and to expand, bringing their healing sounds out through biosonification, through modular synthesizers. Who is this matriarch? Cis is working on bridging the languages of plants and mushrooms, as well as other forms of fungi with indigenous languages and creating conversations between them all. Her work ranges over 30 plus years and has focused on sustainability, permaculture, and Coast Salish elements. Thank you so much, Aichka. And yes, last but not least, we have our moderator. Thank you so much. Hello. Dana Warren is with us as today's moderator. Dana Warren is a contemporary curator and artist. She is a member of the Montana Cree Nation, and her interest is in curating Aboriginal art and working with Indigenous artists. It's in the forefront of her research. Over the past 25 years, Warren has worked in programming roles at institutions such as Grant Gallery, National Gallery of Canada, Urban Shaman Contemporary Aboriginal Art, and most recently, the Institute of American Indian Arts. Yes. Yeah, Dana. She was elected as one of 4 Indigenous women curators in the 2015 Asia Pacific Visual Arts Delegation to participate in the First Nations Curators Exchange at the 8th Asia Pacific Triennial in Brisbane, Australia. She is also awarded as the 2022 Manitoba Arts Award of Distinction. Yes. She is currently Executive Director, Indigenous Initiatives at Emily Carr University. Aitsepka, yes, round of applause for everybody. Aitsepka for all the knowledge. Let's let it go. Let's let it rip with all the knowledge here. Thank you.
Thank you. All about sharing. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming. We're going to get right into this because we only have like 40 minutes, and I told each of them that they could have 10. So you guys might have to narrow it down to like 5 to 8. I don't know. We'll see where we go, and then if I have to cut you off, I'll just be like, enough. So yes, once again, thank you, everybody. Thank you, panelists. This is like, I don't know, a superstar panel here. I feel like I've got the lucky one. So I think we'll just go in chronological order. So if you want to like also introduce yourself and then just go into your work really quickly, because I feel like people might not have seen the amazingness of your guys' work because they showed all the animation last night. And I know a lot of your guys' work, because I've worked with some of you, someone just getting to know. But yeah, as you could hear, it's heavily layered, multidisciplinary practices that I'm like, when do you guys have the time to do this? I'm so impressed. I'm a curator mostly, so my work with this in new media is through the artists. So I feel very blessed to be with all of you. So yeah, so I can't remember whose last name is first. Casey Quaison or I can't remember. Yeah.
And I could skip the bio. They definitely covered that, so I'll save some time.
Yeah, just a quick intro of yourself. So.
Yeah, like half of you to move over there.
And we're just talking this side of the room.
Just kidding. We have the slides. Go here.
There's like this thing. Are we supposed to use this thing?
Oh, cool.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. There's me. Okay. So I started as a digital artist, I moved more into like sculpture and installation. Top left is my BFA installation. I was commissioned to do an installation for the Insurgents Resurgence exhibit at the Winnipeg Art Gallery. And then moving on to artwork throughout the pandemic. Bottom left was in 2020 at Video Pool. Bottom and middle is my MFA installation that Dana actually made time for at Urban Shaman. I'm really grateful for that. It was open for a total of 3 days before lockdown hit us, so some exposure there.
An intense installation.
And then moving on to some other work to kind of move along with my practice of working with organic material. I started to do a lot of like LiDAR scanning of organic material and then bringing them into Blender to implement physics properties and kind of give these trees like a different style or different way of existing. Then throughout the pandemic, when the pandemic hit, I really shifted more towards digital arts, and I created this series called Walk in a Circle, which is inspired by a lot of Indigenous arts and life materials like tan hide, antler, tufting, beadwork, quills, and tree sap. So it's a lot of fun to make these pieces, and it's an ongoing kind of series. And there's some stills from my VR short film that's being displayed in the immersive exhibit there called El Aleja, All at Once. The location for this is set in like the middle of a frozen lake on where my mom's cabin is, about 30 to 40 minutes outside of Yellowknife. And yeah, then a little bit of AR work. I say that I didn't go willfully into the world of AR, I was kind of pushed into it, but it became one of the things that I got into working with, and within the pandemic there was a real big shift for call actually for digital arts, so that really got me into that field as well.
Wow, you were fast. It's not even 5 minutes.
I'll need more time for you guys.
Yeah. We'll get more into it, but yes, you can find Casey's work online, and the figures that you had seen with the antlers or built out of beads or whatever. I'm always so impressed. I love seeing the little animations that you post on your socials. They're really, really amazing to watch. So. And now we'll move into Taylor.
So, hi everyone. It's my first time here out in Vancouver. I also still hate public speaking, so bear with me. So I'll just share a little bit of background. I do have a diploma of interactive media arts that I took at my community college in Brandon, Manitoba. And then I am self-taught in Blender, so I started teaching myself over the pandemic. There we go, it's playing. This is one of my first pieces here that I created inside of Blender, and for this, a little bit of the process behind it was I was trying to imagine at that point in time, like if Earth had become not habitable, what kind of stories would be told on our journey to another planet, and how would the sky look? There'd be like different colors of the northern lights based on like the atmosphere of whichever planet we're on. So that was the inspiration behind this one here. Thank you. And this was another one of my explorations. So I really like designing and creating landscapes in Blender. I think you'll kind of see a common theme of a lot of light purple, pinks. Even though I'm a person who wears a lot of black, a lot of my color comes through in my artwork. And this is one of my more favorite pieces that I made. So this one I collaborated with my friend Dallas Flepesh. So he's also from Manitoba, and we created this experience here in Unity. I'll jump to the next slide here. Where people could come into a space, be prompted by a QR code to count their heart rate, and then they would input it in, and then the ring that you see there, I think Dallas had said it is like my heart beats in Cree, and then so that ring would beat based on the number you punched in, and as more people came into the space, you would hear it increase and it would like get faster, and then as people left the space, it slowly got quieter. So this is a visual of how the space looked. So this is like the only actual like physical installation I've ever really done. Yeah, so this was like a lot of fun. And also some of the other work I've done is I like creating walking simulators inside of Unity. So again, like designing landscapes, and in this one I was thinking about memories. So I have 3 locations in this world where you can't walk up to or like directly get to where these like memories are, so they're kind of like obscured and distorted looking, and you have to use this portal to enter in the space. And I was trying to think about what memories would pop into my mind maybe at the end of my life, and one of my first memories I do have is of this willow tree in my grandma's yard. So that's one of the big inspirations of that. I'll see if this one loads too. So I was supposed to have a video here, one of my most favorite pieces. I don't think it's gonna work. I can share it later. I created this piece called Skashka, and I was inspired by the landscape in Winnipeg, because I had just moved from Brandon to Winnipeg, and I kept having this dream about a bison, so that's what had prompted me to create this artwork. A lot of the artwork that I create is also inspired by my dreams. I've had very vivid, intense, almost like sci-fi dreams for as long as I can remember. So I talked to my family about my dreams, and they just didn't have the same kind as me, so I put it into my art. And this is just a still from another video I created inside of Blender, again, like doing the landscapes. This one had some meaning in regards that I'm now living in Montreal, and I very much miss living in the prairies and seeing that sunset. And I'm the only one there, so it's challenging being so far away from all my family and friends. So with this one, I was inspired by my mushroom at this point in time pushing me and telling me to go chase my dreams and go to school. So I created these feathers. I tried to explain digital art to him, and it was something very new to him, and once I showed him what I was doing, how I made things. He actually told me, you know, I want to see you create a feather, and I didn't do that until after he passed, so that's why I have these feathers in this one. It's the same still. This is another video, another still, another one inspired by dreams, portals. Those are also very common in a lot of the artworks that I do. And yeah, I've also done a little bit of AR artwork. So I think back in 2023, yeah, we went to Regina, Indian Head, and Papikases, and carried the kettle, and taught youth here how to create an AR project, which led to a bigger project here of Buffalo Futurism. So I worked with Commonweal in Saskatchewan and Jolie Big Eagle to bring to life her stories of this buffalo effigy park here, located in Regina. And these are just some stills from it. I mainly did the 3D modeling, and I helped mentor a young woman named Achakos, who created the large buffalo person that you see there. I think that's everything. This is just one of my most recent artworks that I've been working on. So I've been learning how to rig and pose characters, and it's very interesting to see, actually, in watching here how I've progressed over the past few years. So,
Thanks. I might as well just keep going down the line. Sorry, Raven, I kind of skipped you at the beginning, so might as well just keep on going. Yeah, okay. Come on, cease.
Okay.
I love that you guys have like color coordination.
I know,
hair and dress and
I
the
did wear my
entire
tip,
family.
but that would have tied me right to Casey, right? I hope that this is all in order. Oh, nope, what did I do? I'm gonna let the amazing technician we have, it's gonna help me not look like an idiot right now. There we go.
Thank you, technicians. I don't know.
We
if
love our technicians. Yeah, big shout out to them. They're all hiding, but they're doing magic.
They're being challenged in this room too. So.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So I was trying to be a bit humorous in my text today. I was thinking about how I used to watch this movie. How, you know, part of it was. How I stopped learning to worry and love the bomb, but I don't love the bomb. I love the machines. So, and that's just got a little clip that you'll see. So I've been doing some game development with a little team in England, and I'm working with a scientist who is obsessed with vacciniums, and I'm also really obsessed with vacciniums. What are vacciniums? Well, they're my favorite berry, the huckleberry. There's huckleberries, blueberries, every kind of blueberry, because all blueberries are vacciniums, and high mountain huckleberries, and cranberries, and lingonberries. And so I started this project actually right when COVID hit, so I didn't actually get to meet the people I was working with until last year. I went to England, and we developed this game out of I made these berries, and I was like, now what do I do? I mean, I need something else. They can't just be berries. I was going to make them VR or AR and have them floating, but that didn't, it's just really hard, even just working by yourself in futurisms, but when your team is on the other side of the planet, 8 hours ahead, you're constantly just trying to plan the meetings. And then, you know, we were only funded for a little bit, and I got a bit of money to go to England, and between myself and the scientist, we hired a young developer who loves to build games, and she built this structure of the game, which you're going to see a bit more of later on. And I wanted wanted to say about interactivity that it all starts with the land, and I feel like everything that has been said so far really kind of exemplifies that as creators working in this digital atmosphere, we're not just creating things that we can have, we are also creating things that are out of our reach and things that we've never seen, or that, like we've only seen in our mind, but we're trying to bring to the future. So I just wanted to, bring that back to the fact that the land is really where it comes back to, and where a lot of us get our ideas. And my inspirations are the ancestors, the future, and the present, the future ancestors and the past ancestors. And my mother made me take this picture and do these drawings of her grandchildren for a book she wanted me to be part of, and and I was like, I'll just take a quick picture, and I actually took about an hour to take that picture of that rock. Because people kept walking by and people kept boating by, and I was like, get out of my picture. Yeah, so, no task is ever 5 minutes. That's what I realized. But when I was learning how to create digitally, I don't consider myself a visual artist. I make things on the land, and I make sounds and things, so when it comes into visual stuff, I'm a little, stumbly and not as sure of myself, but a lot of my projects stemmed out of my mother's work, that she would just constantly see that I had something that she needed. Oh, you have the skills. You can do some illustrations for me. Oh, you can help me write a book. Oh, you can... So yeah, when she passed away last year, it was kind of like, what do I do now? My greatest researcher and boss left me, but this is some of the stuff, my earlier work, that she got me to think about doing, and creating visuals. As a non-visual artist, it was challenging, but I like everything I do, I think about where's it going. I feel like a lot of my audience ends up being families and children, and so yeah. But I took a leap of faith and started learning more about AR, and my roots are really in video and digital media, so learning how to operate a 360 camera and try to create content, try to learn how to edit that all in the course of a few weeks when I started was kind of overwhelming, but in the time I've been doing my work, what I've realized is that there are so many ways we can tell stories in futurisms, and you just gotta find your niche and just work with it and believe in yourself, really. And so some of my work has taken me into places like the top corner where I'm standing there. It's actually in our community, and I did a project with the Polygon Gallery doing these short video vignettes of different places on the Spirit Trail. And the Spirit Trail is a trail that goes from the Lonsdale Quay all the way out to, it's supposed to eventually go out to Horseshoe Bay. So as I'm standing, I have to tell this side story, because once I finished talking about the plants that I was standing there, I was like, here's a cedar tree, here's a maple tree, here's a huckleberry tree. Well, my neighbors start driving by, and you're trying to shoot a video and be really, it's like the 5th take now, and sorry, I have to wave at everybody that goes. So it was quite funny. Elliot's now laughing because he's seen these videos. It was not easy to shoot them, and my mom got several phone calls that day. She's on the corner shooting videos and she's not waving at us, and I'm like, yeah, I'm really sorry. Again, another challenge of the media makers. Don't do things in your community if you're not prepared to have several takes. But a lot of my work, again, is inspired from people that, like my mother, who couldn't go places. So in her older years, she couldn't climb up this mountain to these to the sacred forest that was about to be logged and taken down. And so I jumped in with a team, and we shot a little video, a 360 video, in which we built a dome and projected it. And it made me realize just how powerful 360 video is. We can go places that other people can't, and instead of everybody coming up there somehow eventually, why don't we share that experience in an environment where we can let that forest keep doing its thing? And so, you know, so the picture down the bottom there underneath me is me looking out of a 2,000-year-old cedar at my crew who's setting up the camera to shoot the outside and then eventually the inside of the tree. And then the next picture, the big one, is a site where hundreds of ancient cedars were flooded in a pool of water to basically kill them off. And so all these stumps are just sitting there. And it's like a weird, eerie place. They basically clear-cut the site, left the logs, and then they, you know, they just destroyed it. And then the water was basically filled into this lake. A lake was created, and the water doesn't even feed that community in the Kootenays. It goes to the States, which is so contentious more than ever now. Anyway, I'm trying to do a lot. I'm almost done here. Don't worry. Just a little scene of the 360 video up in the corner. The bottom image is what, so when I started the project with Polygon on the cultural crossings, I'd actually done an iteration years before called Cultural Crossings, and it was a geocaching game, and those are the little items that I put in my geocache. And then the last picture there is me teaching the scientist with my gaming developer how to use the Oculus, and we, yeah, and then we just did all these presentations around England last year. And yeah, anyway, I just wanted to close with reminding ourselves, you know, just because we don't see creatures out there, they're there. These footprints I was able to witness up on a terrible clear cut up in the mountains, but it, you know, reminded me when I saw them, you know, we have to, as humans, really think about what our impact is on the world and how we affect it. And again, why I think gaming and interactive media is great, because we can create worlds that we don't have to destroy our actual world. There you go.
Thanks.
Incredible as always. Hi, I'm Raven John, aka Two Spirit Trickster. Tusqui, Pesitosqui. I have names given, ancestral names given to me. Echolat and Pesit. Pesit is butterfly, the one who brings medicine down from the mountains, and the transformer. We can play this one. No, there's no sound, I don't think. This is POV me by the river on my ancestral territory, sculpting a salmon. The perspective is a little hard to gauge here. I'm actually on the top of a cliff, very close to dying if I tumble. You can see, you might be able to see my uncles down there going down to set the nets. This is probably 40 feet above that river. I'm using the program Figment XR on my Quest 3. For this, I got a First Peoples Cultural Council grant to be on my ancestral fishing camp with my family. Here my uncle is preparing a salmon. We would normally be doing this to hang and wind dry. This territory is a specific part of our culture where the stones and rocks on that cliff are so solid that over the course of the summer they retain so much heat that you can wind dry your salmon and leave it overnight and it won't spoil. Normally we would be going up and fishing and preparing the wind-dried salmon to hold us over for the winter season. We are often taking breaks from fishing at all except for survival and ceremony, just because overfishing has made it so that this practice is dying off because there aren't enough salmon to go around, and it's not smart to continue our fishing practices while our salmon are being destroyed. So this project is called Digital Feast. These are virtual salmon that I sculpted in the space and hung in the space as they should be, actual salmon. we are left unfed because of the overfishing in our province, Soho province. So I was really hoping to have actual wind-dried salmon alongside, but because of the low salmon run numbers, that was not possible. This is the first iteration of the physical sculpture that I did. Here I have this ghost spoon, a spoon that has not been made within my community for a number of years because of the cultural erasure of my people. So I wanted to have a physical sculpture representing that which is missing as also a placeholder for the culture that is ever present but also non-visible. So these are some people, oh, I don't endorse CapCut, sorry. The other video, yeah, so this was done as part of the same project. So here's the work as people are seeing it. This was first shown at Signals. Do I have to press it? Yeah, there we go. So here's the ghost spoon, kind of just on display on its own. And then here's the cultural and spiritual presence that is not felt in the everyday, at least not visible in the everyday, according to our practices. Some of the things that these people are seeing are those wind-dried salmon. My late Aunt Irene, who was a culture holder and fisherwoman in our territory, the representations of our fish camp, and then representations of our ancestors lost, as well as the creatures that are on the land there. I really enjoy Figment XR because you have an embodied feeling of sculpting, different from other things like Blender, which I find very difficult. You are in somatic motion with the work that you're creating, which is really nice. And it is like in the space, in mixed reality with you. I really enjoy this program as well because it has a mobile beta so that I could share the work with my family. They don't have to have a headset to be able to be in presence with the work. They can use their device as like a viewfinder in AR so that they can have some of that experience of the works created on our territory.
Amazing, thanks. So I feel like that didn't even peck the surface of what these people do. And I know we just got like a few minutes left, got 10 minutes left, which is great. So my question for all of you, and I think Taylor all started to touch on this, maybe a little bit Cease as well. First off, if you could quickly describe maybe how you all became to incorporate new media, these type of amazing new media art kind of projects, practice into what you're already doing in the multidisciplinary practice. And I'm really curious about how your community responds to the pieces that you make, the projects that you do, just in terms of the cultural signifiers and, you know, do they get it? Do they like kind of almost scratch their head and look at you guys weirdly? That type of thing. So, yeah.
So as a kid, I was always really into sci-fi. Like it was a mix between like sports and sci-fi. That's where a lot of my interest lay. And technology, you know, video games basically had a big part in raising me. So I'll always defend video games. When it came to art, it was kind of a natural sort of progression. Like media and technology was kind of always there, so it was like this natural adaptation in bringing that into my arts practice. The big thing about community is when I started to make VR art, like with Tilt Brush, I was immediately inspired by a lot of the legends of the Northwest Territories, like giant animals from the past and that sort of thing. But in the back of my mind, I was always thinking, like, what are our elders going to think about this? Like, is this going to be a positive thing or a negative thing? And it wasn't until my buddy Davis went up to Delaney to do a VR workshop, and he asked if he could show some of the elders my work, Raven Gods, that I made in Tiltbrush, and I agreed, but I asked him, under one condition, you let me know what they say, you know? And he said, like, this elder was looking around in the piece and took off the headset and just said, like, you know, I didn't really know what to think of VR. Wasn't even sure that I liked it, but if it's going to be used like this, then it's okay with me. And that was like the biggest thumbs up, green light that I could ever really receive. Basically, like, you know, people can say whatever they want about my artwork, but this elder in Delaney said it was okay. So, yeah, so it really just gave me the confidence to kind of like, not necessarily like push culture, but I feel like culture has room to grow. It has room to adapt. And just to speak mostly to my own culture, like Dene culture, there have been a lot of restrictions. Like for the longest time, a lot of the male elders don't want women to play drums, but that's something that's been very like fought for. Like, and I'm so glad that people in our community and our territory have done that, because now we have like women hand games tournaments and that sort of thing. And it's awesome because it's like, and that shows that there is room to grow, and things don't always have to be the way that they've always been. It's like there's room to include new sort of forms of understanding within not only our artwork, but our cultures in general.
Thanks, Casey.
Hello? Okay. Make sure it was on. Yes, the question. I'm trying to remember it again.
Yeah, just how you maybe came to your practice now that uses new media art, and just, you know, the response from your family or your community.
Okay. Yeah. I feel like I've always loved art and been drawn to art, honestly, for as long as I can remember. I totally got in trouble in school all the time for not paying attention and doodling. And something that I found really interesting was, like, when I was 12 years old, I was given the name for my community. So my name is Minoashte Shio Poyashka Wia, which means hummingbird woman. And why it was given to me was because my Moshe and some of the other elders, I guess, said that they could always see this like glimmering of color nearby me, and then he thought it reflected maybe the love of art that I have. So yeah, I've just always loved art, always been obsessed by it. And in regards to like community, I didn't grow up on a res, so I lived in Manitoba. We spent a lot of time like going back and forth between Manitoba and Saskatchewan. And then I went to school at ACC, yeah, and then I had to explain like my intention of why I wanted to go, what I thought was important, and I wanted to be able to learn these new tools in hopes that I can come back and teach within the community. So that's what I have been working towards. And some of my family actually came down from Saskatchewan to Winnipeg to actually view some of my artwork, and it was really, really nice to see like my little cousins standing there and like in awe and asking me all these questions of like how they could do something like that. So yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, I it's a funny thing that my mother always told me I should be making things. She said I was an artist, and she'd laugh at me. You're an artist. We don't always understand you. But I told my mom later in her life that she was an artist too, because she was writing and creating things. And but that's, yeah, from my earliest memories, drawing all over my walls, getting in trouble, hanging out with graffiti artists, getting in trouble, and just making art and trying to stay out of trouble. I now actually tell people I'm an adult at risk, trying to stay out of trouble, and that's why I make art, to stay out of trouble. But it does get you into trouble, and that's fun too. Yeah, I made Renai come just so that she can keep me calm and laugh at me.
She can tell when you were in trouble.
It's going great, but you know, having said that, my mother put amazing people in my path, and actually Renai was one of them, and Loretta Todd was another, and you know, people just like really guided me and helped me. And when I did get to make that first VR piece with the, if you go to the VR lounge, you'll see it's a turtle on a beach, and again, inspired by the fact my mother couldn't travel to Hawaii anymore, but she wanted to know things about her ancestors. She wanted to see the ocean. She wanted to be part of it. And I thought, isn't that amazing how we can shoot video and we have this 360 environment and you can see everything going on and you really feel like you're there, like to the point when you're wearing the headset that the tide comes in and you jump because you think you're going to get your toes wet. And so I love that kind of weird mentality, and I love that I actually had a moment to teach my mom how to use a VR headset, and then she really had that aha moment where it's like, now I really get what you're doing, and it meant, like for you, Casey, seeing my mother accept that and understand that she was being transported there at a time in her life where she could no longer imagine traveling. And I really saw the importance of what we can do with our work for future generations and for ones that are, you know, our elders that are, we can't take them up to the mountains, we can't take them all over the place, but we can bring the world to them and we can interact. And I think I've always heard people in my community that are elders saying that the computer is a beautiful machine that brings us a different world that we really need to be part of. And so to know that, to think about what, you know, the elders in my community think, what my mother thought, it's really important what we do. And it's worth all the time alone that we all are very, like, not social people. We want to be, but we're only social in this little realm that we're working in. Anyway.
Yeah, I've had some really wonderful moments of community building in the work that I create. I've had to do a lot of educating, including at my time here at Emily Carr, where I had to teach professors and peers about residential school, which helped a lot with public speaking, I guess. I would love a free master's, just saying. Anyways, I mean, I'm a master of a lot of things, including sass. So I've been focusing a lot now on creating like platforms for Indigenous and queer joy. We are so fucking oppressed as Indigenous people. We're trying so hard to just survive that we rarely get moments where we can really dream. My little res girl self thought the most that I could achieve was like having a little corner store on the actual res that I was on. Like I had no idea what I could be capable of because of the constant oppression that we feel and isolation we feel as Indigenous people, which does not have to be the case. You can hire Indigenous, you can mentor Indigenous people, you can support Indigenous people in your community, but it's also really important to platform Indigenous people so that we can see where we can go in the world. I've had some really wonderful moments with Indigenous artists, Indigenous beautiful people who have seen me be very out loud crazy in the world and felt like they could be themselves in those spaces, and I aim to do that everywhere I go. That's why I'm so fucking weird. Well, I'm weird anyways. I'm just also weird in helping other people. But yeah, in creating my art and creating queer two-spirit spaces wherever I go. I've made space for people to come out as themselves two-spirit, who feel like that's something they can safely be, which is really incredible. Through sharing my VR work with Indigenous elders, some of which who have eyesight which is not, they're not able to care for because of the poverty that we are constantly pushed into and the communities that we are pushed away from. But through VR, this elder was able to not only see some of the Indigenous imagined worlds that we can have, but also see well, because it is a screen that is so close to them. They don't require glasses to be able to see some of the things that are not clear in there every day. With this work, I really wanted to be able to document these ancestral fish camps, because they've changed so much over the years. So there's been so much environmental degradation because of proximity to roads, because of people vandalizing our fishing grounds, our traditional territories, but also not everyone is able to go up there, including myself. I have an incredible Vespa. I cannot get out into the mountains with that. So I rarely get to go home to my home territory, get to be on the land, but in being able to create mixed reality works in those spaces, I can revisit that space. And also have something for posterity, for our future generations to see what it was like now. Because we so often don't get to think about what the future is going to be like for us, because we're constantly oppressed and under threat. And I really want to focus on making Indigenous story representing Indigenous creativity here and now, and let people see here in the space where they could be, what they can go beyond, because honestly, a lot of the Indigenous talent I meet are just everyday Indians. Not saying that is a bad thing, but there are so many incredibly skilled and talented and creative Indigenous people that never get the chance to go to school, never get the chance to dream of getting off the res, and we need to make that community for them.
We're a little over time. Were you okay to go do it? Okay. Anybody have a quick question? Just shout it out. Whatever's in your heart right now, shout it out. Awesome. Thank you.
We have time for a couple questions.
Okay. Maybe while things are still percolating, I just want to keep the conversation going. One thing I am very curious about is the amount of collaboration that comes into your work. Who are your resources? How do you get around that?
Cease is an incredible mentor to so many people. I would say at least 6 people in this room are calling for Cease's help and mentorship at least once a week.
That's very true.
I guess I could go. I meet a lot of other natives on Instagram somehow, and then we connect because we just heart each other's work. And then sometimes I've seen they've actually posted a question that they need help with, and I'm like, I use that software, I can help you with that. So that's actually sparked some friendships and some possible future collaborations, and I think that's kind of how Casey and I came to meet too.
Yeah, we've worked in quite a few different projects together, which is in some capacity worked with all of you guys. That's great. Most recently, Taylor and I finished a longer scale documentary called North Lore, made completely in Blender for a year and a half, 2 years. It's finally done. We get our lives back. North Lore, folklore, but North Lore. It's streaming on CBC Channel right now for free. Yeah, it's online is a huge resource. It's one way that I've learned a lot about my culture, but then it's a way for so many people to connect. Events like this and festivals like Imaginative. I think it's really funny because there's a ton of online friends that you have, and then you meet them in person, you know, and it's such a cool cool instant, because it's like you feel like you already know them. Well, you do, but like there's that in-person energy, that in-person aura, right? Also like Zoom height. I call it Zoom height. You know, it's like you meet someone in person and they're like, "Oh, I thought you were like 7 feet tall." It's like, no, man, you're 6'1". Or vice versa, whatever. But it's really cool to feel that sense of community and that camaraderie, and how in some capacity everyone here is on like kind of the same wavelength, right? Like we're all here for the same sort of reason, and it's really like a heartwarming experience.
Yeah, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I think that with, because we're all working a lot in isolation, I think collaborating is a good thing, because then you have to contact people, even if you have to do a lot of your work virtually, which I actually had to be mentored by somebody through Blender for a bit, and it was always a little strange, and it was true when I met my Blender mentor. I was like, what? Oh yeah, I do know you. It was a little strange moment, but he's done so much work for IM4, and you know, and just like, yeah, just having somebody that you can work with. I mean, when I was being mentored, that was great, but also most of the work I do, I find collaborating is essential, because it does pull you out of your head, pulls you out of your body a bit, it pulls you out of your kind of safe spaces, but it gets you actually thinking and dialoguing. And you know, sometimes you get to a place, if you're working by yourself, and you could be blocked, but when you're working with other people, it could just be a simple conversation that knocks everything out and really helps bring it back, and helps you actually see things that you might not have seen for a while longer if you weren't having these conversations with people. And you know, and I'm always open to collaborating. And in fact, Cole Pauls, who did these really great comics, like contacted me out of the blue one day. I'm like, I heard you like collaborating. Can I collaborate with you? I'm like, oh my god, I'm just so like fanning out here. Okay, you want to collaborate with me? I was like so thrilled. And so he did some imagery that ended up on electrical boxes around the city, and their masks. And so he wanted to focus on plants, and so it was like chocolate lily mask, and Douglas fir mask, and cedar mask, and all these things. And so they're all around in different parts near the ocean. And I was like, when I stumbled across them, because I didn't know where they were, I'm quite thrilled that I realized, oh, this came from a conversation that somebody just messaged me and asked me if they could collaborate with me, and I've been literally fanning out on their work for so long that of course I said yes right away, and it was so much fun, you know. So I think that's the great thing about collaborating, is that it helps you build your community, and like everything everybody said, like we can meet people. We're all, even though we're all isolated people, we're super networkers, so it's kind of a weird juxtaposition, like you're isolated, but you're really good at socializing. But that is a thing of this time, you know. We're looking at the timeline, like this wasn't the way it was for our parents or grandparents, and even some of our aunties and uncles, you know, where they just, they had to get out and find people. They couldn't, you know, the phone was the easiest way to find people, but to collaborate, you really had to get out and do things. And now we really can do that from home, which is amazing.
Still time for questions, or you guys are kind of short? Okay, well, thanks everyone. And you can find their work and them online, but you guys will be around probably today, right? So hopefully if you have some burning questions, approach them and they will give you knowledge. All right, have a good afternoon, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have a round of applause. Heads up. Thank you so much. I just want to do a little announcement. Our next panel will be the IM4 Lab, Matriarchs in Media, and it's coming up at 3 o'clock.
Thank you. Enjoy your break, and thank you so much. That was amazing. This is the first time I'm wearing progressives. This is a really like fast and dirty lesson of being like, I can see you. Can I see the page? So here we all are. Our wonderful matriarchs in media are entering the stage. Incredible. So this is panel 4, the I Am 4 Lab, Matriarchs in Media, created by Loretta Todd and guided by the media matriarchs. They invite you into their circle, hear from these media matriarchs what inspires their work, how they bring Indigenous worldviews to immersive technology, and how the I Am 4 Lab has grown through collaboration. We're so excited to have you all here to discuss your work, your journeys and your history and your knowledge with us today. We have our panelists, Loretta Todd. Loretta Todd is a visionary. Yes! Thank you so much. Loretta Todd, I'm just going to do quick little like Coles Notes bios, and then you all can get in a little bit more into sharing more about yourselves. Loretta Todd is a visionary leader in Indigenous media, an artist with entrepreneurial energy and cultural knowledge. Ms. Todd creates space for Indigenous production and storytelling, including the I Am 4 XR Media Lab. And we have Tracy Kim Bonneau. Thank you so much. Round of applause. She's an award-winning veteran writer and producer, proudly born and raised in the unceded territory of the I'll let you introduce your territory. With over 30 years of experience, she's been at the forefront of writing, directing, and producing award-winning news stories, print articles, and documentaries, and is a matriarch of the I Am 4 Lab. Thank you so much for being here. Next, we have Doreen Manuel. Yes. Thank you so much, Doreen. MFA is the sixth child of Grand Chief George Manuel and spiritual leader Marceline Manuel. She is the director of the Bosa Center for Film and Animation. Doreen serves as an advisor on many industry-related boards and advisories. She's an award-making filmmaker with an extensive background as a leader working in First Nations education and community development in both rural and urban centers. Thank you so much for being here, Doreen. And yes, woo! And yes, let's keep it classy. And next we have Cease Weiss. Cease is an interdisciplinary artist who works with digital media, writing, performance, and land-based remediations as her multidisciplinary arts practice. She is a community-engaged public artist, does Indigenous futurisms, developer, and land-based artist in ethnobotany and permaculture design. They'll get more into all these amazing things that they've done. I'm going to hand it off. Thank you so much for being here, and enjoy this panel.
First, I'd like to acknowledge the good people of the Tsleil must be on the Fawn territories. We are so fortunate to be upon. And also thank the grandmothers and grandfathers for bringing us safely here so that we could share in this knowledge and stories. And I'd also like to acknowledge Shifting Forums and Amanda Strong and all the good people who put this event on and all the good people who were here today to participate in this. And I'd also like to thank all these good women here who are part of I Am 4 Lab, who inspire us all the time to keep doing the work we do. And our great staff, Shasha, MacArthur, and Rob, who are here with us today. And Davis is sick, so he couldn't be here today. But also, so I see some of our people who are part of some of our workshops are here, people who have participated in some of our workshops. I'd like to acknowledge them as well. So I decided to stand, although this is kind of weird, because it is kind of weird. Should I?
So far away.
It is so far away, but it works. So I guess I just have to accept that it's omnidirectional. So, and I'm going to get into this very quickly because we have a lot to discuss. For Lab, as you know, is made up of these amazing Indigenous women who, when I started the IM4 Lab, which was about 6 years ago, I thought, I don't want to do this alone, and I don't want presidents and vice presidents, I don't want that usual structure. What I need is people who have committed themselves to community, committed themselves to their art, committed themselves to sharing knowledge, and I knew that all of these women, Tracy, Cease, and Doreen did that. I knew that they had that. That's who they are. That's their DNA. Plus, in every case, there was a family relationship, so there's a familiar connection as well. I felt an obligation of reciprocity because of what their families had contributed to my life and my family's life, and it was a way of also reaching out and acknowledging that. So you'll know more about them as we go along when they share who they are. We live by respect, reciprocity, and redistribution of wealth. Redistribution of wealth also includes opportunities. I think it's too typically within this industry, within the media world, within the arts world of Canada, it's all been about hoarding opportunity. And what was really important is that the IM4 be available and accessible to anybody. All our classes are free and open, inclusive. You don't have to go into art school, you don't have to have been to coding school or computer science school. If you want to learn, you can show up, take our classes. If it's not for you, you move on. If it's something you like, then you can incorporate it into your art practice, or you can go further and find more studies. We try to create a safe environment, a community, a place for people to come and feel like they could be supported in what they do. Since we started, we've given over 50 workshops, probably even more, and everything from AR for artists, intro to advanced Unity, music videos in VR, spatial sound, sound design in VR, AI for youth through music, creating VR with Unity, and many, many, many more. We've had probably over 1,000 participants who take part in our workshops, and that includes our online. When COVID happened and we were doing events like this in person, we pivoted and we went online, and we did a lot of workshops and master classes online, which was actually a good thing because it expanded our reach from Vancouver to really Canada. So now we have people from throughout Canada who participated in our programs and who are part of the family or the community of IM4 Lab. And plus, it's not about being youth or being elder, it's everybody. We, as you see, our ages from 17 to 67. We welcome everybody into our space. Artists, professors, filmmakers, community activists, technologists, anybody who's interested. We did a podcast where we looked at the past, present, and future of Indigenous digital media, looking at all the great people like Cheryl Rondell, all the people who've been doing this work for 20, 30 years. And then we've also done many master classes. Again, because of the programming that we've done, we've been able to offer that nationally. And we've also done speaker series. We've been so lucky with people like Little Bear, Amelia Bearskin, and Ringer, and Caroline, and Michael Runningwolf. We are always so grateful when they agree to share their great knowledge. We participate in Signals, which is a big digital expo here, sponsored by DigiBC. I'm one of the curators. We have IM4 Day, we have speakers come in like Amelia, also Fawn talk, and we had Michael and Caroline come in and talk about AI and language. Our biggest project to date has been the virtual production storytelling micro-credential program, which Raven took, and Sasha, and we've had a lot of instructors, like I think Casey's done some of our workshops, maybe not this one, where our students from across Canada took 8 weeks of intensive Unreal learning virtually, and with these great instructors and mentors, all Unreal certified instructors, all who have been working in the industry for a long time, people who worked on Spider-Verse, all these great big films that are being made in virtual production nowadays. We were so lucky to have so many good people, and I don't think we even are showing everybody here, but it was a great group of people. after the class time, after the virtual training, we then went into the studio. We basically had to build an LED virtual production studio. And I guess all of you know that Mandalorian and Star Trek and all the big sci-fi films nowadays are made in virtual production. And we built our own virtual production studio. We were able to use Emily Carr's mocap theater, but we had to bring in all the LED screens. We had to bring in all the technology. Every student was able to write a scene, direct that scene, but also rotate all the roles that would go into virtual production, which included, you know, shooting, but also, and then we had our beautiful Bernard Morrisseau, along with Nathaniel Arcan, come in as the actors that they would direct, and they learned all the technical aspects of virtual production, so it wasn't just shooting in a virtual production studio, it was understanding all the mechanics of shooting in a virtual production studio. So quickly, I'm going to show you the trailer of that, and I think I just have to push, we had some technical problems with this. Oh, no, there it goes. Then offered master classes, and those master classes happened last year, and those included such things as virtual reality, storytelling with Unreal, also building, basically building islands in Fortnite and Lego islands, so that people can also, as you know, you can actually create your own islands in some of these virtual spaces. These are not all of the master classes we did, but that's some of them. And then, just last year, we offered an Unreal animation program, and we were able to, it was another intensive online program where we brought in all the Unreal instructors who are, again, certified and are working in Unreal doing animation. And here are, just very quickly, some of the shots and screenshots of the work of the artists who were involved in that program. And we're very fortunate to be able to share their work. They're super, super talented people. And this year, we are going to do some more programming. We are going to do, right now we're doing a Youth and Elder XR Lab mural, which is going to, what we're bringing in is kind of trying to combine high-tech with low-tech. So not all our communities can do LED walls, and they can't all do AR, and they can't all do, they don't have a high band internet and so on. But they can use conductive paint. They can use simple circuitry. And so those conductive paint and circuitry can create interactive murals. So with those, you can create, you can just touch something on the mural, and a story will be told. Or you can have a projected image on once you touch that, or a song will be said. All these incredible kind of, and we'll have AR as well, and we'll do 3D printing and so on. But the idea was to give skills that are both transferable back to the community and not just ones where you have to have a lot of computer power and a lot of expensive equipment. That's ongoing. We're using the Thunderbird as under the theme of it, and we're very lucky to have Brandon Gabriel, who is our mural artist, who's going to kind of oversee it. We're incorporating Figma into it and also photogrammetry. So we have workshops that will be held in that leading up to the actual making of the mural. And the mural will be shown at Signals, we hope, this fall, so looking forward to that. We're also offering mentoring for Indigenous women in tech, so if you don't want to go into a classroom, you just want one-to-one, what is Unreal? Okay, what is Blender? How, you know, this is what I'm doing right now, I'm having a problem. We want to try to set up, like once a week, mentors to come in and just be able to either virtually or in the class. Creating for dome projection, that's something new. We're involved in Indigenomics, and we helped get some 360 videos onto the dome. And so now we're really excited about what you can do with dome projections, because it actually could potentially create a revenue stream for our artists to be able to show work, because there's all these planetariums and domes around the world. Unreal classes, that's ongoing. We're going to be doing some more of those. And then with this year, kind of going in a different direction, we're doing a 2D animation for Indigenous youth intensive workshop. So that's like not just working with immersive, it's trying to give that basic skill for you to learn about animation, and we're just kind of getting just a little bit into AI and looking at something to do with signals and that. But what I really wanted to get in really, really quickly is the world needs Indigenous science. So, and I'm going to be a little self-indulgent here and show you something I do personally, which is this children's series called Coyote Science, which is about Indigenous science. And you'll find out why I'm including this, partly because I can show you some of my work, although it also includes the work of others in this. So very quickly, and I hope I'm not taking up too much time. I'm going as fast as I can.
70% of the Earth is ocean. That's almost 3/4 of the Earth.
So water has to be protected, and we have to do our part to honor it as a living being.
Did you know that I'm standing in the ring of fire?
One of the tools we use to get ready to go to space is virtual reality.
At one time or another, the buffalo roamed freely in this territory. And that buffalo brought about what we call eco-balance.
Buffaloes are vital to the prairies. They provide food to the grizzlies, wolves, and humans. And birds feed on the seeds and insects in the buffalo bison dung, aka poop. Yep, it's true. Bugs thrive in the dung.
Did you know skateboarding also involves science, especially physics? Say what? Physics?
Of course, a lot of that that work couldn't have been done without many, even the woman here on this panel. Doreen Manuel let us use the studio to film those scenes. She's contributed her knowledge of ceremonies around sacredness of water. Tracy has, it's not in the trailer, but Tracy has also participated, sharing her knowledge of the South Nation around the food and the traditions. And so everything's collaborative. There's a lot of animation artists that have worked on this film. I produced, directed, and created it, but I've also hired a lot of Indigenous directors and also a lot of Indigenous crew. And also Dusty, who was one of our first art directors back in the day when we did season 1. But the reason I wanted to bring that up really is because I think one of the things we have to think about is Indigenous producers working in technology, is that how important it is us to create technology that is not harmful to Mother Earth. And I'm going to just quickly talk about the, I know I've talked about these before, but I'm going to talk again about the halibut hooks. The halibut hooks combine science, technology, art, and the sacred. Without that, they respected the halibut. They knew about the ecosystem, the reproduction system of the halibut. They created these beautiful things to speak to the halibut when they knew that they were actually fishing the halibut. So they sent that down so the halibut would be honored when they took the halibut, so they could feed on it. They knew that if they got too big a halibut or too little halibut, that was going to upset the reproductive system. So they knew how to combine all that into their art. Also, for my people, the canoes, as someone who's been Whitefish Lake First Nations and Red River Métis and the St. Paul de Métis, mostly Red River is where we really began. We were canoe makers, and the canoe is also sacred. It combines art and science and technology. You have to know about the plants. You have to know about how to gather them so that you don't hurt the plants, the trees. You have to know how to create the gum that is going to seal this birch bark. And the canoe is understood as almost like it's a being. It's a being. It has its sacredness. It's like a body. It has ribs. It has shoulders. It's something that carries us. It takes us home. It protects us until we see home. So again, it contains science, technology, the sacred, and art, and math. And all of us know that without all this unreal, everything is basically underpinning is all math. And as my brother, who's a sort of self-taught canoe and boat maker and kind of a bit of a math genius, he says, you know, in order for the hull speed to be able to move through the water in a certain way that made our the ocean-going West Coast peoples, but also the Plains peoples' canoes be able to travel, this is the actual physical equation, math equation. And people will say, our people didn't know that. Well, we did know that, because otherwise we wouldn't have been able to make those canoes do what they could do. So again, I think what's really important that as we move forward, and I'm going to skip ahead, I've got this whole thing about why it's so important for us to be in this space. Fred Begay, Dr. Fred Begay, we featured him in Coyote Science, was a Navajo physicist, and he believed in fusion physics rather than fission physics. Fission physics breaks atoms apart. Fusion physics brings them together. And he didn't learn English until he was about 9 years old. He really drew from his Navajo culture, his Navajo language, that directed him with his artistry, with his science. And I think that when we're doing science now, when we're doing art now, we have to think about the science that's helping us do that. We have to think about how we're going to create plant-based technology. And IO4 Lab, I think that's our next thing as we do all the training and the programming that we're going to do. We really want to kind of find a way to express that and find more out about that and how we can influence that so that we're not just contributing to more destruction, more mining of lithium, all those things that are hurting our people. And anyways, that's what I have to say. I think there's other things I want to say, but I'm now going to turn it over to these brilliant, brilliant women who will give you so much. And I want to thank you all for being here and listening. And I will put this on a right there. And it was an eminent Carr student who created that for us. And thank you. Hi, hi.
panel today, I'm just running. Yeah, it's really an honor to be here, especially with these amazing women and the journey we've all been on for over a decade and together, but on our own. Yeah, and so just wanted to share a few of my projects and just to note that actually the image I used was from a group show that we were in over in Gibson's recently, a couple years ago. And I was like trying to find something that would start this part of it, and I realized
Here. I'm actually being, this is a really good omnidirectional mic that's been sitting on my lap. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm totally just la la. Anyway, the Sacred Teaching series that I started I was like, oh, you know, Loretta comes along and says, we're gonna like learn VR, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. What am I gonna do my projects about? So I decided just start where you know, start with what you know, and not try to confuse yourself because you're learning technology you haven't used. So I did this series. I did a couple of videos, which I'd like to keep making more VR pieces, and it's just, I call it the Sacred Teaching series, and this one is, if you go to the VR lab, you'll get to check this out. It's a Hawaiian elder on the beach at sunset in Oahu, and she's sharing a prayer to the turtle, to thank that turtle for all the work it does swimming in the ocean, and just how turtles are such blessings to us, like as humans, as Indigenous people, we all kind of go, oh, turtles, you know, it's like eagle flies by, we all stop. But, you know, in Hawaii, like you're looking for the turtles, and they don't, most of the time it's a whole bunch of people, so this was a magic moment, a moment to share with this elder, and have her share her prayers to this turtle, this sacred being that carries so much. You know, even the element, how the turtle has to have this massive, heavy armor to carry around with it, and as it swims through the ocean, and it's not peaceful for it. It endures a lot, especially with human interactivity. So I just wanted to share that moment, and I created this as part of a project going to Australia, and I wanted my mother who's now in the spirit world, I wanted her to be able to go to Hawaii with me, because she couldn't. And I was like, you know, when I made that work, I thought about taking people places they can't go. And I think that's the magic of media and interactive media. And so just to have this moment on the shoreline at sunset with nobody else on the beach with us was just so beautiful and peaceful. And then the other piece I did was, and you know, I'm just learning this technology, so how do you shoot with VR or 360 without being in it? You can't. You either just set that camera up and you take several shots, or you throw yourself in there. And I was like, I'm just gonna throw myself in there, and I did a scene here. It's also in the VR lounge, and it's me working with one of my mentors, who's mostly my weaving mentor, her name is Sawesia Swaklos, and she laid this hide into the river and left it there for 3 weeks, and then we came up there, my friend Megan and I went up, and she was teaching us how to just take the hair off of the hide by rubbing rocks on it, and we had a really fun day while we were there, including this, if you can see it in the corner in her hand, there's a tiny little frog that just jumped into the scene, and we all took turns holding that frog, and in the VR piece, she talks in Squamish to the frog and says how beautiful that frog is, and you know, and I thought that's partly when I was listening to her, I thought these are like sacred teachings, and so I really like that idea that you can use VR for this, and I was, you know, when I started this, I hadn't really been doing a lot in video, because when you get older and you've spent a lifetime teaching people, you think it's time to move over, and then Loretta Todd comes along and says, nope, you're getting out there, girl, and you're gonna make work. And I'm like, okay. She always believes in me. So, you know, keep people close to you that believe in you. It's a big thing in this industry. And you know, and I think about some of the things I've gotten to make. I'm learning AR, and we took, Elliot's gonna love this, because this is a scene from the Polygon Gallery, Ghosts of the Machine, where they brought the IM4 lab in, and a number of the artists that are here and that aren't here but have been part of IM4 had their works shown in there. And I built a forest, built a forest in the gallery, bugs crawling around, and ruined the temperature control of the polygon for like three or 4 weeks or months. I threw it all up. I'm like, yeah, we're just bringing dirt and everything in there. And my favorite thing was that when we brought in all that earth, and it's mixed with lots of fertilizer, aka shit. So yeah, the whole gallery just got really fragrant. Everybody working in there was like, what is going on? I'm like, we'll open the door, but we can't promise the smell is gonna go away. But yeah, we had a lot of fun doing that, and this is just 3 kind of examples of things I've gotten to do because of being part of IM4 Lab. I've been creating AR, I worked with a team, we built a dome and did a project on Stelkaya, which is also known as the Dakota Bear Sanctuary. At a time when that forest was being logged and about to be destroyed, we were able to bring people into the forest, and again, that idea of bringing people places they don't need to go, but they can be there, immersed in it. And then the other picture is my team that is in London that I'm working with, or not in London, in Bristol, Homa Banksy, just because it's cool to say that. And and yeah, and I got to go to Bristol last year and hang out and travel around to these universities and promote a game that the young woman, the woman that's teaching the other woman there, you see there's a woman wearing a headset, she's Mexican and American, and then our newest member of our team, Jules, is African-Irish mix, Jamaican-Irish mix. I don't know what I just did there. I switched everything off by accident, and our excellent technician's gonna save me now. And yeah, and we were able to actually create this game and bring it to different universities and talk about what it is, and I'm just, when I get, yeah, there we go, and so, oh, you can see it floating. I'm gonna turn it off because it's just loud. And these are my inspirations, of course, the huckleberries, and showing the ones I made with ones I've gone to hang out with in the forest. And the plate that's there, I'm so bad. I brought that pile of fresh huckleberries to England with me, and I was like nervous the whole time. I thought I was gonna get pulled over and searched, and all my huckleberries would be taken, and I wouldn't have them in my tea party that I was gonna have in these universities. Like, I'll just do anything to deliver a real, true experience. And this, I've actually been really dying to show you guys. The matriarchs haven't seen this, but this is the game that was created in England, and by our wonderful young developer, Jules. And she, of course, actually got a bunch of her friends to help her too. They did that in 3 weeks and built this environment where we could go into a hut, and we can, you know, pick the berries on the little bush, which is in a cedar forest, and it's hard to see, but inside the hut there are these little floating, what do you call them? They're chemical structures. So if you go online and so you go into Wiki and you look up a plant, and then you see these weird line drawings that look like hexagons, and they're called chemical structures. So we 3D animated those, and you can pick them up and be like, oh, this is quercetin. It's one of the nutrients in vacciniums. Yeah. And I'm going to hurry up because I think I'm taking too much time. But yeah, like I'm really happy that I took this leap of faith into futurisms, and I've been making multidisciplinary works. You know, there's a picture in the corner there where I brought my family during COVID to see the dome project we did, and I don't know if this is the end. I think that's the end. Okay. I think that's really
Now we turn over to Facebook. Facebook is talk about the work that you do, and some of the people who were at Singles last year will speak for her.
I think so. Okay. Squeeze Sumakat Kintil Simpington, White Limnum Beachiap, Limnum Squamish, Musquim Swell to Cast Equal Quail Tihi, Mrimstum Equal Quail in Schoolum. So my name is Tracy, and I am from the Siiluk Nation, and it's an honor to be here. I want to share my inspiration behind the work that I do. I think primarily most of my life I've been surrounded by storytellers, and when I grew up, it was always my uncles or my aunts or my grandparents that were very animated in terms of when we would sit down at the long table at my grandparents and have these incredible meals, and everything that they spoke of I could see in my head or I could feel, and there were so many emotions that I would experience in the storytelling. And as I got older, I went to school, and I really craved that storytelling. I really knew that that was something that was becoming part of my purpose. And so when I was around 14, I started a collective, and we convinced an organization that I now work for, 10 of us, and I had banded everybody together and said, we need to tell this story, and it's about what's happening in the community, with some of the social conditions around, at that time it was inhalants, and there was a lot of young people on my reserve that were sniffing gas and glue, and I was really concerned about it because I saw some of my relatives and some of my cousins doing this. And so I guess that was the first production that I undertook as a storyteller, and it was called Cause for Alarm, and that was done in 1981. And from cut to where we are now, because I'm not going to take up the entire space talking about that, but I'll go to 88 where I met Loretta, and she was in film school, and she was coordinating a program at Capilano College at the time. It's now university, and what the foundation of that was storytelling, and how are we going to tell our stories, and what are the principles that we're going to, and where can we go beyond into the future. And so I know that was fundamental in my growth as an artist, because I was with my peers, and it was an Indigenous cohort, and there was like 14 of us, 15 of us. The late Barb Cranmer was one of my colleagues, Marianne Jones, and I was starstruck because she was on the Beachcombers, and quite a few artists that are really doing exceptional work. When I got the call from Loretta, and Loretta said, I want to give back to the community. I feel like what she shared with me is that she felt very honored that all of the work that she had carried out with NFB and with other partnerships, and the feature film that she was currently working on, she wanted to give back to the community in some way as a legacy. And she asked if I would be a part of that, and of course I said yes. And then the next part was, it's about virtual reality, AR and XR, and I said, well, I'm not qualified. I really don't know what I can do for you. And Cesa's right. Loretta said, you are qualified, you're a storyteller. What I want to do is have some space here at Emily Carr and be able to develop opportunities so that you and others can learn this craft because you're artists. And so my first project, delving into the world of AR, VR, XR, was my Huckleberry project, and I conceived that because at the time COVID had just hit, and I was thinking about going out and huckleberry picking. And I to be honest, I really, that's all I was thinking about. It was, how am I going to do this? How am I going to, finish this project? And so I was paired with Moni Gar, who is from Akwesasne, and mentored with her. And COVID hit, so we had to do everything virtual. And the reason I wanted to do it was, it came from a place of activism. Climate change is impacting our huckleberry, and in the eastern part of our territory, in the Sinixt area, and there was a group of individuals that were going and raking our huckleberry bushes and selling them here on the coast, and so I wanted to make that part of my reality of storytelling. So I started out with the AR piece, and it got some traction, and then as I started to, collaborate with artists, Dallas, and a few other individuals, I realized that I loved this, and this was taking me to the next level. And so the next part of the huckleberry bush, we created a monarch butterfly, because we're saving the monarch butterfly in the Okanagan by planting milkweed. And so activism is my message, is what I've done primarily my whole life. I remember feeling a total sense of injustice about our stories and how they're represented, which is why I got in, why I primarily have been involved, and my work has been around documentary. My mentors, when I received a First Peoples grant, was Caroline Running Wolf and Olivier. And as C said, I wanted to learn how to use the Titan, which is VR360 camera, very expensive camera. And the learning curve that I experienced was frustrating. I went through the many stages that an artist does when they're learning something new, but it's been incredible. And I think that the whole idea of providing lessons and mentoring and having forums like this and having forums like the IM4 Lab is incredibly important when we make sure that these opportunities are free. Because I know that our communities deserve to have these first-class use of technology. And so last year at the Signals Festival, people were able to go into my space and experience the Arrow Lakes area and experience what it's like to be in the Arrow Lakes looking for our huckleberries, and at a beautiful place called Zuckerberg Island, which is one of the last Sinixt villages for my nation. And on top of that, what we decided to do was take it to another level and work with an incredibly talented technician to integrate sensors into it, so when you pass a field of light, the 360 film would be playing, and my language would appear on the screen and would dissolve into the film, and then when you passed another field of light, of these lights that look like huckleberries. So language revitalization is important to me, and that's primarily why I'm experimenting into this field. I'm going to turn it over to Doreen, because I don't want to take up more time than I should. But when I asked my family, and I was talking to my uncle who's in his 90s, and I said, what do you think about the work that I'm doing? Is it okay? And he recently said this in a podcast series that I'm just finishing with Kim Wheeler, Words and Culture. And when I interviewed him, he said, I like what you're doing with technology. We as elders and young people need to embrace technology. He said that it's funny, I went to a dinner and everybody was talking to their phones and looking at their phones. and my uncle, who's in his 90s, said, technology is good, and how can we embrace talking into the phones, using the phones, how can we utilize that to revitalize our language? And he said, so keep doing what you're doing. And so that's really why I do what I do, because I'm at an age now where, like Cease was saying so, eloquently, I always feel like, okay, I'm the has-been, I'm the, like, there's all these incredibly brilliant young people that are doing amazing things, and I just want to be there to, like, hold them up like I was held up. I was held up by many artists before me that said, you can do this, go forward and do this. And I think that the more that we work together and the more that we collaborate with one another, the possibilities are endless. The last word about Indigenous science. In our Chaptik, when Eagle was enslaving the animals and plants, and he was making them do only what he wanted, and it was kind of like a dictatorship. And Turtle had a dream, and Turtle said, I'm gonna follow my dream, and I'm gonna race you, and I'm gonna win this race. And in that story, Eagle lifts Turtle up, and then Turtle says, release me, and hits the ground and wins the race. And Eagle never even thought of that. That's Indigenous science, because we already knew about gravity, because it was in our Chaptik. And that's what the elders talked about, gravity and the principles of gravity, and the incredible complexity of that when it's spoken in the language is not like in English. So, wait, he limit.
Hello? I'm just turning my chair a bit. I have a very similar story to these other powerful leaders. Loretta has had a great influence on me the same way. We're all activists, and I don't know that that's what it takes to be courageous enough to try something this new. When I was first learning the editing, Dr. Dorothy Christian and I took that journey together, and we could only take so much a day. We both look at each other and go, yeah, that's it for the day. And we'd have to leave because our brains were too full. And more recently, my son, he studied video game design, so he knows all of these softwares. And my daughter they're both filmmakers. My daughter, Claudia, she came to some of the IM4 trainings with me because I found I would fall behind the rest of the class so far, and that I'd be trying to play catch up, and it was really a struggle. So I told her that she would keep up to the class so I could keep up to her. So I involved my kids in helping me learn, and she was able to keep us up on the laptop, and then I would be following along going, okay, I finally understand that concept now, and then she would be whispering, catching me up to the next step. And what my son and I have been doing lately is testing different cameras. So we can't always use the IM4 camera because it's busy with classes and things like that. So we were shooting these environments, and then we lost the use of it for a while. And so we borrowed a camera from somewhere else, and we were trying out this other camera, which is inferior to the IM4 camera. And I said, this is an opportune chance to examine the uses of both cameras to see how one is inferior. If it's completely inferior, or is it inferior just in some ways? And he said, that's interesting because it isn't inferior in every way, even though it's a little sister to the Titan. So we were playing around with that, and then I asked him to make a video, a 360 video of each one, because we had already done 360 video with the Titan. And I said, let's do some 360 with the other camera, and let's compare the two. Let's go into the virtual world and compare the abilities and the limitations, because not everybody can afford a Titan. So we were playing around with that. The first 360 film I made was a piece that was a companion piece to my film Unceded Chiefs. Unceded Chiefs it's a film about early Indigenous leadership and activism in primarily British Columbia, but it does speak of across Canada. And it starts at 1969 with the unity fight. We all unified across Canada to fight the white paper policy. And I wanted more people to be introduced to that policy and to understand it, because it's really a part of our history that is still active today. The government is still trying to implement pieces of the white paper policy, but they're implementing it now in segments. So they're tricking the chiefs. The chiefs are thinking, oh, this is a good thing, but it isn't. It still isn't. And it's the exact same policy. And if you ever follow Russ Daibo on social media, he is so crystal clear about explaining all of these different policies. He's a policy analyst. I worked with Russ on that film. He helped me develop some of the slides that we show in the film. So I wanted to, you see this green screen image of me. So I'm wearing my outfit, and we place me in the universe. So I'm up in the universe with the spirits. Because I really think that everything starts with the spirits. Like sometimes we think we're doing something on our own, but really the spirits have already laid the path for us. They're already guiding us up that path. And so in the 360, we're out in the universe, and we were playing around with sound to do 360 sound too, because I wanted the voice of the people calling out from all the different directions. So when you're wearing the headset, you hear the voices not just coming from one direction, you hear them, so you're encouraged to look around. And then you're able to actually open up the white paper policy in that universe. So you've got the headset on, you can actually open up the document, you can stand there and read it. So I wanted something, a novel way to get people to encourage people to actually read the document. And that stems back to my young life. I'm a residential school survivor, but when I got out of residential school, eventually I went to live with my dad. And I was still in high school, and he would give me legal documents and make me read them, and then tell him what they meant. Like, he already knew what they meant, but he would make, it was a way of me learning how to read legal documents, because he said it's crucially important as Indigenous people, when they hand you these convoluted, ridiculous documents, that you understand what that means. So the white paper policy was one of the things I read very early on. And so I wanted people to read them for themselves, because you have to read the fine print. Then you have to have a little bit of history and knowledge and understanding of how the government has been messed with us over the years to understand what that fine print means, and then put those pieces together. So that's kind of what motivated me to put that particular one together in that way. And what my son and I are playing around with is just bringing people into different environments. So I kind of was thinking about Greg Coy's and how he's very into slow media, which is he goes out into nature and he puts the camera down and just lets it run. And it slows you down in your thinking, brings you back to our original connection to our lands, to our territories, to the nature that surrounds us. And I was thinking, the next step would be a 360. And then you can just really sit there. For those of us that are here in the city for all of our various reasons, I was playing, because I'm 65 now, so I'm retirement age. I can retire. I don't know what that means, but I could retire if I wanted to. I haven't figured out if I want to, because I still haven't figured out what it means. But and what I would do with myself if I did, and what that would mean to my identity. But I was thinking of all these different things you start to think about when you get older. Like, do I go home? Well, the hospital's really bad in Kamloops, and a lot of my family has died in that hospital. And at my older brother Bob's funeral, the national chief at the time was Phil Fontaine, and he came to the funeral, and he asked me at the funeral, he said, did Bob have to die? Have you ever thought about that in relation to the hospital he died in? And I just said, oh man, that's too heavy for me to think of right now. I'm in the middle of like some severe grief here. I can't even think about it. But I have thought about it over the years, and it worries me because I have a lot of family who have died in that hospital, and I have heard, I read it in the paper, it's actually one of the worst hospitals in BC. You start to think about these things when you get a little bit older like I am. And then I started thinking about the forest fires every single summer. You know, depending on where you're living way out there in the country, you're facing the smoke, and it's really unhealthy, especially for older people. So, but I mean, there's pollution here, so I mean, I don't know where the balance is. But I've been really trying to figure out, do I move home or do I move out to the country? And I'm trying to reconnect with my spirituality. I was really spiritual when I was a teenager. I used to sweat every single weekend and go to UEB ceremonies every weekend. And I think I want to make my way back and start letting spirituality influence my life more. But can I do that living in the city? And I wonder how virtual reality can help me feel more connected to the lands. And I'm thinking, wondering, slow media, 360 phone, put the headset on, and be where I need to be. Because, you know, we used to do sweat lodges here living in the city. There used to be Chinese sweat houses on Hastings Street. We'd go to the sweat house because you can have a whole bunch of us in there. We would book it out for a couple hours, and we'd have a sweat lodge in the, you know, and sometimes I'll go really early in the morning to the community center when I know no one else is there, and I'll go in the steam bath by myself and pray. So I'm just thinking in relation to VR, how you can connect all those things. I was just recently down in South Dakota. I went for the very first time to the Wounded Knee Memorial. And went with some people who knew what they were doing and where they were going and everything, but I didn't know. And I just walked in through the memorial with all the other people. And somebody was standing there saying, who else is coming in? Who else is coming in? It was a fenced area. And I thought, looked around, no one else was going in. So I thought, I guess I'll go in. And I didn't know what was in there. I just went in. And I'm standing there, and I could all of a sudden feel something in my feet, like vibration. And it was coming up my legs, just below my knees, and I was like, I became so overwhelmed I almost started crying. And I looked around, no one else was crying, and I was thinking, okay, maybe I shouldn't cry. But I just felt so, it was so beautiful, it was so powerful. And I found out later that's where the warriors are buried. And then when I got back here, I had the great privilege to meet Judy De Silva of the Grassy Narrows. She's an activist, long-time activist. And her son is a seer. They call it a third eye. And I told that story, and he said when I told the story, he could see something moving around me. And I thought, oh my gosh, they came back with me. They're here with me still. And that must have been the purpose of it. So I've been thinking about things like that and helping people. And I've been into a lot of ceremony, like way down south and different types of ceremony, and had some really interesting experiences. And I'm thinking about finding ways to incorporate some of these things, to give people an opportunity to, I guess, interpret, to feel, to witness, to experience what some of these things might feel like. I get these regular texts and Facebook messages from my nieces. They tell me about visions they had, dreams they had, they wonder what it means. And because my mom was, she kept a dream journal, and she taught us when we were young, we have those teachings, and we can kind of help them decipher what it might mean. So kind of exploring, trying to figure out what all that means to everything, you know. And originally I wanted to build something where I could help the people who live in an area like this know what happened here on these lands. I was here as a teenager, and I was part of the Indian Child Caravan, the Concerned Aboriginal Women's Movement, and the Constitution Express. And I attended and was part of the Leonard Peltier Defense Committee. and was at the courthouse every day. And still today, when I walk past the art gallery, I'll have a little pause and I'll stare at that door and can visualize him coming in and out of that door and remember everything that happened in the courtroom. And originally I thought, wouldn't it be cool if other people could have that experience, to walk past and then to know what all that felt like. I remember one time we were walking on Hastings Street and there were so many of us. We used to wear these red berets. I climbed up on something to look back, to look for somebody. And wall to wall, you couldn't even walk. The people who were trying to walk on the road were plastered up against the walls as we marched past. We were like a sea of red berets. And I felt so powerful. You know, when you're like in the 70s, beaten down, beaten down, beaten down, and all of a sudden you're part of a group like that. It's so empowering. And even today, our kids are coming out of school being beaten down by public school. To give them a different experience, a different environment to feel, to help empower them, would be remarkable. And then Loretta and I were just talking a minute ago, and she was saying, what about I'm a bead artist. I'm an award-winning bead artist, and so far I have 22 pairs of solid beaded Converse runners. And on the outsides of every one of them are strong messages like end police brutality, no more murdered missing women, resist, undrip. So every single pair of shoes has a different statement of our times. And so I was envisioning those shoes either walking by themselves without a human in them, like a spirit in them, and then a voiceover talking about our journey, like being in an environment like that could teach and talk about our political activism journey that I know about. So there's so many different ideas and the more I learn about the capability of the camera and the editing, the more ideas I get. When I first started, I had no ideas. I was like so lost. But I feel like kind of evolving now. It's a pretty tough journey at my age, though. I feel like it's still difficult, but that's what's good. It's the challenge, right?
Well, thank you, Doreen. Thank you, Cease. Thank you, Tracy. It's so beautiful. I could listen to these women all day long, right? I think the journey is your own journey. It's not an age journey or a gender journey, or sometimes people think, well, we're restricted by this, we're restricted by this, and a woman can't do this. When you're older, you can't do this. And I think that's been at the heart of I'm For Love, is that any of us can do this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And so that's the whole point. If it takes us longer, it takes us longer. And I think that's been the problem with the kind of the industry that sort of surrounds us, because it's so profit driven. And yeah, we want some of those profits too, but it's like that's the bottom line. It's like everything's got to be done this fast. Everything's got to be this way. This is the hierarchy of this production, and there's all this. And I think what's good about I'm For Love is not only all these brilliant women are being able to do the work that they do, and all the good other people who've been through it, and all the other people experimenting on their own in other ways, is that we're actually transforming the industry too. So that we're not just saying it has to be done that way. And I think that's what's really critical. And I think we have to kind of wrap up, but I do want to think, I forgot to announce that the I'm For Love is soon to be signing a memorandum of understanding with the University of Victoria. We've been working very closely with their computer science department. And so we're very lucky, because we need that technology. We need those people. They collaborated very closely with us on the virtual production training program. We had access to their students and to their programmers and their professors. So that's something I'm letting the world know about. And we're also very fortunate to work with DigiBC. DigiBC has let us come into their space, and also Beagle, which is another media arts organization here in Vancouver. We're open. If you don't have a workshop, if you have an idea, it's not a workshop you want to do, if it's an idea you have, we'll do our best to support you as we can, and we're always open to ideas in any way that you would like to explore. We're still looking for people who want to participate in the XR Lab, the mural project. We have some good people here already that are part of it. But we have elders, it's an elder thing, so it's elders and youth together. But we're also interested in anyone else who wants to come in and be part of that project. We welcome you. I don't think we have time for questions. I think it's...
Just one last thing.
Yeah.
Big shout out to the Indigenous Screen Office. I got a grant in the XR stream I just found out like a month ago, and I'm so excited to collaborate and take the language preservation and everything that I've learned to the next level. And I wouldn't be able to do that, so listening to Luann this morning about using small grants and then moving your way up, it really does work. So that's all I wanted to say.
And so we have to do the shout out too, because it's Indigenous Screen Office has been a big supporter of IM4Lab. And what's lovely about ISO is that it's not like, because I produce television, and I work with the lovely people at the CMF, and they're funding us right now through Changing Narratives. We've got some funding for them right now. But when you work in the film industry, it's a different process. It's many layers of things, because you have to get tax credits, and you have to get this, and you have to get the audits, and you have to get that. And what I love about ISO is that they make it so artist friendly. It makes it easy for artists, and that's really important. So don't forget, make sure you get your applications and proposals into ISO and Creative BC. Luann's there to help you with Creative BC as well. And Canada Council does its best too, so they just need more money. They need more money. It's not their fault. They haven't gotten new money for years, so it's not their fault. It's really not their fault. It's that, and there's good people there. So it's just it needs more money. So, anyways, thank you. Our time is up, right? So there's no room for questions or anything? Yeah, right? Yeah, we're done. So thank you. Okay, love to all of you.
Love you all. We love you.
Thank you so much for all your incredible knowledge. You matriarchs that are leading the way, you're doing mentorship. And I'm just so inspired by all of your words. I had Sepka so much. Yeah, so beautiful. I can listen to you speak all afternoon. Yeah, so thank you so much. Oh yes, here, take your computer. Here we go.
And thank you to this brilliant tech artist person, storyteller as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you to Amanda and everyone. Hadsepka, to the matriarchs leading the way. And also the incredible growth. Like I'm 50 this year, and it's just like so inspiring to know like your growth as an artist is continual. We're just continue growing. So it's so inspiring, this talk, that we can just keep growing as artists. So Hadsepka, such a beautiful panel. Up next, we have our keynote in conversation with Alani Sobamswan, and that's coming up at 4:30. Very quick turnaround. So Hadsepka, and come back for the keynote. Thank you so much.
Recorded in its entirety?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Okay.
We're streaming as well, and we're recording it.
It's Keith. Hi. How are you? I'm good. Good to see you. You too. I work here now. Oh, do you? And I work with the sun.
Yes.
Yeah, we used to work together at Busa.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Good
yeah,
to
I was
know.
Doreen's assistant.
Oh, great.
But his son just got his master's yesterday.
Correct.
Congratulations.
VR, technology, camera work, cinematography.
Yes.
So we need to get Assange connected to Doreen for the needed Converse project.
For sure.
And the IM4, because we're always looking for.
Yeah.
For sure, yeah.
We work with a lot of other XR people. Johnny Ostrom.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nancy
Yes, I know
Lee.
Johnny. Yeah.
Nancy Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're actually.
This is the, I've met all of them.
Yeah, so Johnny is doing a foregrounding workshop 26th, 27th with us, and then the 3rd. Yeah, just a lot of really chill people,
Very
cool
good
people
people, yes.
that we get to work with. Yeah.
Well, one thing you said in your master's presentation, which is yesterday, so it's kind of blowing my mind that you're working today and not like, I don't know, like lying at Kit's Beach, drowning yourself in sleep or something. I don't know.
Never stops, you know?
But is that you were like, really the people in this community like to share?
Yes.
And I was like, oh, that's a really nice way of starting your professional kind of like, like to stick to like say it out loud and like establish that that's what the community is. And
Yeah.
it's good.
Yeah, so far our website is under construction. It has been for quite a while because we have 3 core staff. I'm a production coordinator. David Heslop is our technical coordinator. And he's brilliant in everything. I don't know if you've met David.
I haven't.
He's from
He's
Northwest.
6 today.
Yeah, so he's just light and bubbly.
Yeah.
I don't know where he gets it. And then Sasha. Sasha was here. She's our product assistant. And we have 2 interns. We have a computer engineering student from SFU. Now we get him for 1 more term. This afternoon, and then we had a marketing person from SFU for a term. But yeah, so we're always like.
You're always looking for people.
Yeah,
Okay,
I will.
I'm gonna do some connecting. Then.
Yeah, for
okay,
sure.
good.
No, that'll be great.
I know I don't have cards because I started last May with the IM4 and we just hit the ground.
But maybe I can get your contact from Doreen. And
I think we're live so far as because we're at Indigenomics. And so we did some AR. We just installed some stuff that. IM4, so I think the website im4lab.com
is your contacts there?
Yeah, I think we're updated enough that our new staff is on there. Yeah.
It's not hard to track people
it's
down.
not hard to find. Yeah,
That's true.
I'm
like
LinkedIn.
Gmail. You're Robin Weaselbear at Gmail?
RK Weaselbear.
Okay. I'm
We're in conversation with Alanis Obomsawin. Yes. I'm so excited for this keynote and conversation. I'm going to try to encapsulate this renowned and acclaimed artist and do my best to share a little bit about Alanis's work. Incomparable, and all of you are so familiar with her vast amount of work. So here we go. And then I'll introduce Carrie Swanson, who will be moderating the keynote. So Haidsapka, for you both being here this afternoon. Okay, in conversation with Alanis Obomsawin, acclaimed director and filmmaker whose career spans several decades and body of work. 56 films and counting. Including Paramount documentary series as Ganasatake, 270 Years of Resistance, and Incidents, and I'm going to try my best with my best French accent, Reste Gauche, speaks with moderator Carrie Swanson about her career and what's next for Indigenous cinema and up-and-coming storytellers. So excited. It's up to, thank you. Okay, a little bit more. There's so much to say about Alanis. I won't take up too much time because you want to hear from both of these incredible women. A member of the Abenaki Nation and one of Canada's most distinguished artists, Alanis Obomsawin has been trailblazing champion of Indigenous storytelling and cinema over a legendary career that began at the NFB in 1967. Companion of the Order of Canada and laureate of both the Governor-General's Performing Arts Award and the Governor-General's Award in Visual and Media Arts, Ms. Obomsawin has received more than 50 lifetime and career accolades, as well as 13 honorary degrees. I'm not done yet. She has directed 66 films to date that have amassed over 50 honors, including 15 awards for her 1993 landmark feature documentary on the 1990 Oka Crisis, Ganasatake, 270 Years of Resistance. 6 years before Oka, Alanis was present with her camera during Quebec police raids on Restituche Reserve to make Incident at Restituche, 1984, a film that she has said encapsulated the idea of films being a form of social protest and had a profound impact on her filmmaking practice. Born in New Hampshire on the Abenaki territory, Alanis was brought by her mother to live on the Odanak Reserve, northeast of Montreal, at the age of 6 months. She first came to the attention of the NFB producers, Joe Koenig and Bob Farrell, in 1966, when she was the subject of a film by Ron Kelly for CBC's TV Telescope series. I just have to do a bit more because it's such an incredible career. Not only that, Alanis is an acclaimed singer and visual artist. I just recently saw Alanis sing at the Chan Center, and I was blown away by the vastness of your career and your talents. She is the subject of an exhibition on her life and work, that Children Have to Hear Another Story, which is touring Canadian citizens. Much has been said and discussed about Alanis's legacy, which, it's vital to point out, is still unfolding with every new film in her remarkable and remarkably long career as a director, producer, writer, singer, artist, and activist. She is many things to many people, and as all great leaders are, her body of work is astonishing with over 60 films already complete and with more in various stages of development. Alanis Obomsawin is unlike most screen storytellers from any nation on earth. Hatsepka so much for being our keynote speaker, and thank you so much for Carrie Swanson for being our moderator this afternoon. Carrie Swanson has been a leader in Canada's Indigenous arts and culture sector for over 2 decades. She's the Chief Executive Officer of the Indigenous Screen Office, an independent funding and advocacy organization serving First Nations, Inuit, and Métis screen-based storytellers from across Canada. Over 6 years, she has built IOS into a robust, innovative, and respected Indigenous-led national funding institution, the first of its kind in Canada. Yes. As CEO, Carrie has secured permanent and annual funding, federal funding for IOS, and has diversified its revenue through public and private sector partnerships. So thank you so much to you two wonderful matriarchs for being here and sharing your knowledge. I'll hand it over to you, and I won't take up much more your all time because you want to hear from these two beautiful human beings. Hatsepka.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you, Amanda, and your team for inviting me to not just the symposium, but of course to have the great honor of having this conversation with Alanis. I'm Carrie Swanson, CEO of the Indigenous Screen Office. I'm here today from Toronto, but I'm originally from Northern Ontario, and I'm a member of the Mishpawin First Nation. And I also want to express my gratitude just for being in beautiful Vancouver. The sun is shining and it feels like spring. And that feels amazing after a very long winter in Ontario. So thank you, everyone. And you will notice that I have relinquished my notes, Alanis, and this is in honor of you, because Alanis never has notes when she speaks, because she really believes in speaking from the heart. That's a lesson that I want to take into this conversation, although it's very hard for me as like a serial, preparer for things. So I'm giving myself over to you, Alanis, to have a conversation and to listen to you. I want to start with just talking a little bit about, very recently we were in New York City, Alanis had her exhibition, The Children Have to Hear Another Story, at MoMA PS1. And that show originated, I think it was 4 years ago now, at the Frankfurt Book Fair. It's traveled around Canada, it's been in Montreal, it's been here in Vancouver, it's been in Toronto. And I wanted to start with that because when I saw it again in New York, it just crystallized so many things for me about you and your work. Both times I've seen it, I've taken different things. And I just want to start with the title of that exhibition. That alone just speaks so much to everything you're about. So can you tell us a little bit about why you chose that title for the exhibit?
To use a microphone. Yes, I think I know that it came from a very simple understanding how bad it was for me when I was a child. And children used to just hate me, and I got beat up a lot, especially when the teacher took out the history of Canada, the book. I knew that day I would get beat up. And I realized after a period of time that the reason why the children really wanted to hit me was because of the educational system. What they were teaching children hate towards us, like we were savages, and it's just terrible history. And when I understood that, I thought, I want to make sure that no child goes through what I go through. It comes from there. And I really thought if children could hear a different way of learning about the country, they wouldn't have these kinds of feelings towards me. And I understood that very well, and this is where it comes from.
And your love of children is really one of the things that first brought you to filmmaking. Can you tell us a little bit about that first film, that transition from music to filmmaking?
Well, you know, at first, the only way that I could be, I'm a storyteller, like all our people are for thousands of years. And I thought, you know, I was raised in Odanak. I was born in the States, on our territory, which they call New England. This is Wabanaki country. And then I was brought up in Quebec, where my mother and my father were born and went to school there. And for me, everything is so simple. To understand who you are, why are there people hating you? Why is hate being thought in a place like this here? And I learned that hate was the worst thing that you could feel. And to this day, I do a lot of mentoring with young people, and I always tell them, if you feel any hate for anybody, make sure you take it out of your heart. Everybody is important. Everybody has some good things, even the worst one, have good things about themselves. And to hate it's like killing people. And I realized that what you gotta have is love. Love of everything. Like I thank the gods every day because I am still living. I'm 92 years old. I'm learning things to this day, and I'm so thankful that I'm here seeing the difference where we are now, where our people are being respected in our country, where there are many institutions in Canada that there is a space now, the doors are open. I can tell young people, look into your heart, what do you want to be? Any discipline is possible. I could not have said this 10 years ago. So I am very reconnaissant. I recognize the good part in Canada and the institutions that have been created where differently, even if you go to the States, you gotta rely on foundations if you want to make a film, or where in Canada there are places like schools to learn, and I am very, very grateful of what the possibilities are, and I tell children and young people, if ever there was a time where everything is possible, it's right now. Don't forget it. You are very important to the country, to yourself, to a better life, to a system of educating, not hate, but to love who you are, to love your country, to love the land, to love the waters. And I know that the fact of the way I make films, I realize it comes from so long ago. Because when I was in Odanak in those days, there was no electricity, there was no running water, we had an earth road, and it seems to me everything that was happening there was happening on that road. And at night, what do you think happened? We had the oil lamps, and most of the time people would gather in the kitchen and meet. And all the men in Odanak mostly were guides in the bush for rich people that went to private clubs to fish and hunt. So they had lots of stories. And it reminds me, at that time, whenever they told stories, the animals had as much right as human beings. And the decision making, and I heard so many stories about the black bear because it was one of our clans, and the turtle is the two clans that people remember. There were more clans, but they were sort of forgotten because of the religion who controlled in every way possible. But this was quite an educational thing for me to learn over the years. And I fought like crazy to make sure no children's gonna go through what I went through. And guess what? I won.
Two of my favorite films of yours are those that take place in Treaty 9. They kind of come full circle for me, and of course, I grew up in Treaty 9, so I think I might be a bit biased, but thinking of your first film, Christmas at Moose Factory and Trick or Treaty. And I'm wondering if you can just talk a little bit about that very first film and the relationship with the people of Treaty 9, and coming back and telling that story. And it feels like it just comes full circle, because the first film is very innocent on the surface, but it's very political. And you come back and you really dig into the real history and the politics of that place. Can you talk a little bit about those two films?
The first 16mm film I made is Christmas at Moose Factory. And when I first went to the board, it was in 1967. So I think I probably went to James Bay on the Ontario side, probably 68 or 69, I'm not sure. I'm terrible with dates. Don't go by me, because of dates. I never know where I am, what day are we? Because I travel all the time. And this was a residential school in Moose Factory. And I lived with the children in Horton Hall, which was the place where all the children slept, and some of them came from the Quebec side. They were far away from their families. And I love children, so I taught them a lot of games and told them a lot of stories, and I sang for children. And so I went there every year for about 3-4 years. But in those days, the National Film Board of Canada told me, you have to raise money, and then we'll match what you raise. So it was very difficult for me at that time. And that's why it took so long. Like Christmas at Moose Factory, it started probably in 68. It never came out until 71. I had a hard time to get money to finish the film. And it was so interesting because I just loved, every child spoke Cree in Moose Factory. So English was their second language. And I loved the accent and the way they expressed themselves. And because every night in the dorm where I was staying at, I would tell stories to all the children. The youngest one, they were like 5 years old, far away from their parents. And I would put the blanket to their neck and I'd kiss them goodnight. And every night I would tell stories. And even then, the people who were in charge, they said, we don't do this here. You shouldn't be spoiling the children. I said, well, I spoil them everywhere I go, so I'm not going to stop them. And after 3-4 years, I was going back, still didn't have enough money to finish the film. I told the children, now I have been telling you stories all this time. I felt like I was related to them. And I said, now it's your turn. And I never said to the children, say this like that, or never. And they were so at ease. If you look at that film, you will see how wonderful the children are and how they become storytellers. And it was just beautiful for me to have that relation with these children. And that's what Christmas at Moose Factory became, because during the holidays, they were very excited about Christmas and writing letters to the Père Noël, to what you call the Christmas man. And it was just so beautiful and so honest and so generous from the children.
And did you always think and feel that you would go back and tell the bigger story of that place? And how did Trick or Treaty come?
I didn't think
it just came. How did that?
Trick or Treaty. Thank God I made this film, because in Canada, if you said the word treaty, so what's that? Doesn't exist anymore. You know, it's, what are you talking about? That's the way it was for a very long time. And now if anybody looks at trick or treaty, they don't talk like that, no longer. And I ended up back in Moose Factory, and of course Treaty Number 9, and how it was signed, and how dishonest it was, and you know, all that story. And when I was at, I must tell you this story, when I was at Horton Hall, there was a Chichu family in Moose Factory. And it's a large family, and they were all musicians in this family. The mother played the guitar, the father played the violin, and all the kids played an instrument. And they were so talented. And there was two brothers. One of them, we call him Archie, and the other one was Arnold. Arnold was younger. One day, I decided I'm going to make a toy, a stuffed toy, for the little children that are 4 or 5 years old. And I'm working all night, sewing by hand, can you imagine? And my room would be open. And the photographer that was there with me had his room, and there was a teacher, and I think his name was Doug somebody. So one night, the two brothers, Archie and Arnold, would come in and out of where I was staying at. And Archie, who was older, said to me, he comes to my room, he said, Annalise, I'm scared to walk home. I said, are you crazy? The island of in James Bay is very small. I said, why are you afraid? He said, well, I was talking with the teacher, Douglas or whatever, and he was telling me that once he lived in Toronto. And did you know that in Toronto, there's some people that are very bad there. They go around shooting people. I said, really? He says, yeah. And you know what they're called? I said, no. He says, they're called the Mafia. So his brother, who was younger, Arnold said, the Mafia. It's the Mafia. So, you know, that story stayed with me. And often when I was in Ontario someplace, and Friendship Center, I would tell this story. And one day, I think I'm in North Bay, I forget where I am. And the phone rings, I'm in this hotel, and I was, Alanis, this is Archie. I said, Archie, I'm so glad. He says, yeah. You're going to go to the Friendship Center, and you're going to tell that story about me and the fire. So I said, yeah, I'm going to. He says, well, you think that Arnold is so much smarter than me. I want you to tell one on Arnold. Then it will be okay. I said, okay. He says, when we left Moose Factory, he says, we were working for Treaty Number 9. And he said, the first check, Arnold went to the bank. And the teller said, what denomination would you like your money in, sir? And Arnold said, gee, I don't know, Anglican, I guess. They were so controlled by the control. So he said, at least you tell that one, you'll see that Arnold was not that smart. And I kept telling the two stories for a long time. And the saddest part is that they're no longer here, the two brothers. They were so beautiful. But it was this thing about Mafia.
Well, you were mentioning how hard it was for you to get the money to finish your first film. And, you know, going back to that exhibition, I was really struck this time reading all of the letters that Alanis wrote. And, you know, I was just thinking, we always say the ISO did not come out of nowhere. It came out of, and someone said this earlier today, it came out of decades of advocacy, and it came from you and your work too. And seeing those letters, writing the government, writing the NFB, telling them why you should tell this story and why these stories needed to be told and why your people needed to be represented with an Indigenous voice. Really the pioneer of narrative sovereignty, Alanis, and I was just struck by those letters.
I used to tell the people at the film board, because there were very few films made about our people, and most of the time they didn't talk. And I was looking at some films and I said, you know, our people can speak. And if you really listen to them, you see how beautiful their accents are. And you're looking at me like, she's pretty. It was like an unknown. And it took, I think, I still think the same way. I think our people are so beautiful and so special. And they all are telling stories that you learn so much from it. They were just made to be silenced for so many generations. And this is why it's so important for all these young people that I see the responsibility. I saw it again a couple of nights ago. It makes me feel, I don't care tomorrow if I die, there's lots of people are going to continue telling who we are and feel good about who we are and show how beautiful our people are. And I still feel the same way. There's no change, and it's very simple.
And you know, you've been in so many difficult situations with your filmmaking, with your advocacy, fighting and being courageous. I just think of you, you know, the front lines in Oka and incident at Restigouche was a very difficult film to make. Were you ever scared? And what can you share with us to help us to be more courageous? Because it's not easy to be brave. And in times like now, I think people are scared to speak freely. People are afraid to even express their values. We're in a really crazy time. I'm wondering how you channeled that courage and that bravery.
I think for me, it's very simple. Who are you? Do you have a right to speak? Do you have a right to be? It's subtle. It's that simple. How do you treat your people in your family? Do you know your grandparents, for instance? Like a lot of people I go to and I just ask, who are your grandparents? They don't know. You go to a house and an old woman or an old man is in his room, you don't see them. And it's to make them come out. I have an example like, I don't make films just like guerrilla filmmaking. I do, if I decide to do a documentary on an individual person or a community, I'll go there and just listen to them, just sound, no camera. And a lot of young people feel insulted when I tell them, don't go there first with the camera. And you don't go to the reserve thinking, like some kids, they say, oh well, I'm decided I'm making a film about so-and-so who lives on this reserve. They say, go to the chief, go to the people in charge, explain you're going to be there, finally with the camera, so they should know why you're there. And I've heard young people say to me, well, I'm not going to go and ask them permission. But that's like saying, I come to your house and whether you like it or not, I'm going to do this. And this is not correct. You have to be respectful to everybody. And even though you might not agree with some decision that the community makes or the chiefs make, they still are voted in and you have to respect that. And I would never march into a community and saying, I'm coming here, I'm Melanesian, and I'm doing this and that. It's awful. You can't do that. And you should explain why and hear the people. Can you listen? Can you hear who the person is, what the community is doing, and how they're doing all those things before you decide. You say, oh yeah, I know now. And that's not how documentary work is done or should be done. And you have to be able to hear. Everyone is very important. Everybody has a story. I could make a film about any of you here, a good one too. I mean it. Because why? It's very simple. I listen to you. Everybody has a story, and when you listen, it's so moving. And when you're just doing sound, a person who feels they can trust you and they're telling you about their lives, the sound itself, the voice changes. The person sometimes cries, or the quality and the opportunity of hearing that is so extraordinary. So that later on when you come and perhaps you have a crew, you have a camera, and you're talking about the same story, you can go back to the first sound. It's sacred. For me, the word is sacred. And it changes because a person feels at ease, feels in trust, and go through things that they know about or that they've gone through their lives. And it's so incredible for everyone. And then you can go back to this first sound, and it makes a difference in terms of just going, always having the camera on your face, and you don't say, could you repeat the way you did this? It's an insult. And this is why, for me, the word is sacred.
And it's such an Indigenous value, listening and also taking the time that something actually needs. But it is very counter to the industry's way of working, which is very much based on getting things done very quickly. Time is money, right? And so have you had to fight, did you have to fight for that way of working early on?
I fight all the time in my life.
Yeah. Aren't we all? Thank God we have you to guide us, inspire us in the fight.
It's you know, I tell people, of course I'm talking about documentary filmmaking, I'm not talking about fiction or anything like that, which is a totally different to work. But the respect you must have for whoever or what the story is as documenting the reality, and people have values and often they're afraid to express themselves. And once I've had people sometimes telling me stories that were very difficult for them to tell, and sometimes people cry, and so I say, when this happened, I always tell the person, look, when you go to bed tonight, don't start thinking, I should have never told her this story. Because if you feel that way, you tell me and I'll erase it, and I would never cheat anybody. And that's the way it is. Some people are not ready sometimes, like one time it happened, like this woman, I interviewed her and she cried. This was during the Oka crisis. And she said to me, Alanis, I don't want you to put when I cried in this document. And I said to her, I said, you know, I did. But I want you to come and look at it. If you feel the same way, once you've seen it, don't worry, I'll take it off. And she came, and when she saw herself, she cried again, and she was so dignified, she was so beautiful. She said, it's okay. But I wouldn't, if she had said, take it off, I would have taken it off.
Yeah, consent. When we did the Pathways and Protocols document, which is a guide for working with Indigenous peoples and stories, consent was one of the principles at the heart of Indigenous ways of working. And so many people think that consent just happens once at the beginning. You sign a form, and that is the end of it. But you know, your teaching is really that dialogue and that respect and that reciprocity that carries the entire way through.
And so people say, oh, well, the release is signed and I can do what I want, but that's not my law. No. I would never do that to anyone.
No. Going back to that exhibit, which, again, I was thinking about the multidisciplinary nature of your work, and you're known as a singer, having recently got back on stage and you're performing concerts, and this is incredible. Obviously well known as a documentary filmmaker, but you're also a very accomplished visual artist. And you told me you have told me a few times about your drawings and where they come from. They come from your dreams. Can you talk a little bit about the role of drawing in your life and that part of your practice?
Well, this film that's coming out now, the Green Horse part, is about a dream I had. But I feel very privileged in terms of not being born or at a time where they just were not welcome anywhere. That was it, and the school was the same. And I was the only Indigenous person in the class where I was for years. And kids used to run after me on the sidewalk, and often I would fall down and then they'd start kicking me, and it was just awful. But when I was asleep, I tell you, I was safe. All my dreams were always about all kinds of animals, and they don't look like the one we see exactly. Like I have a lot of horses, but they look different than the horse we know in life. And all the animals in my dreams protected me and danced with me and encouraged me to live. And I realized as the years went on how much I owe to animals. And this is why I tell a lot of stories about animals. And there's a few films that I made for children that are about these dreams.
Yeah, they're beautiful. I love your drawings, and so many of horses, and yeah, they're like magic horses. You can tell. I wonder if we might have a moment to see if the audience has any questions. What do you think, or do you want to keep chatting?
No, I think it's a good
We'll
idea.
have a little conversation and bring you into it. I have lots more questions, but I'm wondering if anyone wants to jump in. If not, we'll just keep going. Oh, I see someone up there.
Hi. So I went to watch you sing at the Chan Center, and I was completely blown away. To be honest, I didn't know you sang. So when you stood there, you were just like belting it out, and I was like, oh my God! I kept my garden person next to me who I didn't know, and she kept singing. And anyway, so I got the CD afterward, and then I got home, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna listen to this, and I realized I don't have anything to play in your CD.
We're having a little bit of trouble hearing, so if you could just speak more into the mic.
So I was just wondering, I was just wondering if your CD came in like digital download form.
Oh, okay, yeah. Elenice, are you on Spotify? How can we access your music online or streaming or?
And you can buy the Bush Lady thing at Amazon. I know that much.
Okay. Okay, someone's gonna have to get on that. We're gonna have to figure that out. Oh, now all the hands are going up.
Hi. I really admire your gift and respect your work, your life's work, and you inspire me. One time I was driving in a car going back to Saskatchewan, and I heard this singer singing, "Hey, Bush Lady," and I'm thinking, wow, she's singing about me going back to my bush. And so I'm laughing and thinking, wow, this person is a good singer. And I didn't know you sing, but it really made me laugh because it really inspired me. But I have a question. As a filmmaker, have you ever done a documentary about your personal family life, like your family, like either a family, your parents, or your brother, the story of your family documentary?
You know, I get a phone call almost every month to see if I've written my biography. Is it finished yet? It's the toughest thing for me. And you know, it's very difficult. And I say to myself, who would want to read this? So I had such an ugly life as a child. I once was a child, you know. I'm 92 now, but I once was a child. I know how it feels, somebody spit on you, stuff like that. And
who wants to read Alanice's memoir? Let's do a quick survey.
Bush Lady I wrote in the early 60s. There wasn't one weekend in that time that you didn't hear of women disappearing from different reserves. All the reserves went through this. And just raped, killed. There was a group of people that I'm sure it was a coincidence, not being deciding that, but it happened that sometimes generations, like I know of one family, 4 people, different generations, were disappeared. And one girl who was, I think, 16, she was very, very beautiful, and went to school in Winnipeg. And she was taken by 5 guys and abused and killed. And they found one leg in the river. And stories that you die inside hearing that anyone could go through that. And this is why I wrote the 2 Bush Lady songs. Because of, there wasn't a week that go by and that I would not hear of some awful story. And I think it still happens, but not as terrible as it was all the time. I think there is some kind of protection for our people in the community, legally, but it's still, those kinds of stories still happen. It was like, it was normal. For instance, when I was in Kanesatake, I was there the whole time, and the army was at the front with their tank, and I was sleeping outside, and when we were covering what was happening, we would come before the barbed wire, and the soldiers were there sitting on their tank, and I never told that story then because I didn't want to get, something about me. But one day, I counted the days, there was 8 days. One soldier said, in French, "Tiens, là la squaw." Here comes the squaw, about me. Now, squaw happens to be an Algonquin word, which is a very beautiful word, which means woman. Very simple. But people, for many generations, have made, excuse me, a special meaning of what a squaw is. And a squaw is, for especially men, oh, this is not whiskey, this is water. Means, I'm going to fuck you, and I'm going to kill you, and that is normal. That's what you're there for. And for many generations, our women were treated like that. And that just goes to show you that I was sleeping outside and I was very worried. Every time I heard a sound, I'd run over to see why. And when Spud Ranch got very much attacked in his place where he was defending, I really started being more afraid that am I next? You know, every time that I come to the front. And then one day, one soldier said to the other, hey, here's your score. That made me more afraid of the way that they think they can treat us. So understanding that's how they can translate a word or a story to their needs. And those needs are, in this case, it's our woman with a very horrifying way of being treated and recognized.
I think that's what's so inspiring about you, Alanis, is that story really shows how you came so many times, confronted that hate, and came back with love and more love, and just continued to channel your love. And I think that is just what people need to keep hearing, and that's why we love you so much. We know that you've done that. You've faced up to those difficult situations, and not let it damage you. It's such a beautiful thing. We all love you for that. There's someone who's been waiting to ask a question.
Yes, we're going to ask a question. So we were looking online here, and Kisus, what did you find?
You can get the album on iTunes store.
Yeah, for $8.99.
Yeah.
So it is on.
Bush Lady?
Yeah, Bush Lady.
Yeah,
Bush
yeah.
Lady.
Okay.
And
Find it on iTunes.
Yeah, on iTunes. So my question, Alanis, is what are you working on now? What are you doing now?
I am fighting and I am working on a documentary about the rights of our children. We've covered everything in court and we continue, and people are not necessarily all thinking the same way. But I'll tell you something, a feeling that I had very strongly when I hear all these chiefs talking and politically, and every one of them, I could appreciate the life of an individual. And we've all been through certain things, especially if you are of a certain age. And I could hear the heart of each one of them capable of explaining why and how. And I must say that I was very touched by whether they agree or not agree is where it comes from here. And there are reasons why they have come to these kinds of decisions and fighting for certain rights. And I can tell you that at this time now, I feel pretty good about Canada. And also because our people have a voice. And there are different rules, different laws that are changing. You know, when you think of the Chilcotin people here, 30 years of fighting and thinking the same way. Like when you have leadership, it's possible that perhaps a generation comes around and says, hey, our people are poor, we should sell this, we should... So many generations thinking the same way, fighting for the same thing, and it's so strong and it's so beautiful. And the time that it took, 30 years, they have won. And it's possible. Everything is possible. That's what I keep telling young people. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's possible. Now it's possible for each one of you to create, to realize, and to be allowed to be who you are. It's beautiful. I'm always happy to come back to Canada. Sure, there's things here. We fight with the government, we say all kinds of things, and we win. But at the same time, we can stand on our feet, we can be recognized and respected. And bravo for Canada. I am happy about Canadians who support all these different institutions. Look, ISO. Who would have thought 20 years ago that this could happen? No, sorry. So let's appreciate where we stand and let's love it.
I think we're almost out of time. How much time do we have? I have another question. We're good? So this year, last year I turned 50, and I'm feeling so tired all the time. I'm like, oh, I'm tired. And you are 92?
Yeah.
Looking completely fabulous at all times, making your best work, still working, going strong. What is your secret, Alanis? Please tell us.
It's very simple. It's loving everybody, recognizing the good in everyone, and it's going on. And I say to young people, look into your heart. What would you like to be, if ever it's possible? It's right now, and it's those reasons. I just love people. I love when the sun comes up. I love to watch it. I love nature. You know, you walk down the street, oh my God, the sun is shining. Isn't that a nice feeling? It's to recognize everything you see every day and what's possible. There are hard times, but it makes you stronger if you can appreciate what you have.
And you love to dance.
I love to dance.
Anyone else before we wrap up? I don't want anyone with a burning question to be left out. Yes?
I like Kesla Alanis. It's just so inspiring to hear you every single time. But I'm really curious. My burning question has been for months. I hear so much when you talk about staying strong, staying focused, sharing that love of people and everything. But I wonder if there was ever a project that you actually did walk away from because it wasn't safe or something wasn't safe about it.
You know, in the year, I think 1974, people were saying they had 5 people who were working in different departments in Ottawa, not necessarily Indian Affairs, different department. Jean Goodwill was of these 5 women, and she said, oh, you have to come to Ottawa, we have to talk to you. So they took me to lunch, and they said, did you know that in 1975 is the year of the women? And we don't have any strong film about women, and we want you to make a film about a woman that is known. So I'm just listening to this. The year 1975 is going to be a woman's year. Yes. Well, if I make a film, I wouldn't make a film about one person. I would think to make a film from the beginning of life to the end, as through as many women as possible. So they said, yeah, and you know, and they were working in 5 different departments. They said, oh, you know, and we're going to have a budget, and I'll make sure that our department has money for you to make this film. And I'm thinking, I always have to raise money before the film board give me anything. So I thought, gee, that's going to be easy. 5 departments. Oh, wow. The time comes, I come back to Ottawa, I go to these 5 departments, and every one of them said to me, oh, Alanis, I'm so sorry, but all the money is gone. There's not $1 left of the money that we had for women. 5 of them. So I remember going to sleep that night and saying, to hell with this film. I can't make it. It's going to be so hard for me to raise all that money, you know, and get the film board to. So I go to bed and I thought, it's off my back, I don't have to make it. Then, when the next morning I'm putting my war paint on, and I'm saying to myself, who do you think you are? You said you were going to make this film. Get up, get out, go get the money. I take a bus, I didn't have a car, I take a bus back to Ottawa, and I go to a different department, and I come to the Secretary of State, and the man that was in charge of this particular thing. He said, Elenice, all the money is gone. We only have $35,000 left. I said, $35,000? If you give this to the film board, they're going to match it. That's $70,000, I can start the film. He said, okay. And can you imagine, when I made the film, it's called Mother of Many Children. It wasn't as long as I wanted it to be, but it's become a very important film. And then that year, there was a meeting with all medicine people in Morley. So I go to Morley, and oh man, I should tell these stories, but I go to Morley, and at the time it was Chief Snow who was the chief there. I go and see him, and I said, look, I'm making a film on the women, it's going to be the woman's year, and I would like to meet some of the women of this nation. He said to me, is Jeanette Corbière going to be in this film? I said, yes. He says, well, then I don't want any of our women to be part of this. She's a traitor, because she married a white person. And when he's saying this to me, the husband is about the corner that could hear everything. And I just felt so bad, and I thought, oh my God, and this is such a beautiful time, they've got all these medicine people here. I was not welcome. So I'm feeling so bad, because I'm crying, and I'm telling a friend that she said, why don't you come and see my old aunt? She lives somewhere in Saskatchewan. I said, okay. So I go over there, it's summertime, and there's a screen door, and so we knock on the screen door, and about 5 children, maybe 8, 7 or whatever, come to the door, and they see me, and they go, and they run. I said, oh my God, you know, this is not a good time. So this woman comes over to the door, and she said, oh, Elenice, we know you. She says, you know, whenever you're on Sesame Street, she says, we take my mother, she comes very close to the TV, and she loves your big drum. The children were watching me on Sesame Street, and here I am, they thought I was a ghost. You know, we have many ghost stories, you know that, eh? And they just were so frightened. And I was dressed at almost looked the same. And they thought, how could I be on TV? And how could she be on the porch? That's how I met them. And then this woman, she said, oh, I'll go get my mother. She gets her mother, who was 107 years old. And beautiful woman, very tall and big. So I said to her, I'm making this film, and I would like to hear her how it was. And so she said, yes, she would be in it, and I should come back at a certain day. So I go back, and her daughter had made her a new dress, new mucklucks, and she's sitting on the ground making a jeu de pastel, you know, how to, patient card, you know, and she's smoking. And she said to me, did you bring me a beer? And I said, oh my God, I love beer so much, if I had known, I would have brought you a beer. And we start talking, and she was only speaking her own language, and her daughter was translating for me. And it's so beautiful. Like, she's standing there, and she said, after saying lots of things, she says to me, did you know that the Creator had a lot of affection for women? So I said, no. This is why he made her mother of many children. Isn't that beautiful? That's the title of the film. And she's talking, and she said, oh, you know, when we were very young, you could really hear the birds sing and all the noise they were making, and we chased them, and she was just incredible. And this is where I got the title from her. And she was part of Treaty 6, I think, when she was on the treaty as a witness. And then she married a Métis without a status, so they took her off the list. And she tells that story. That's the way it was. You know? And finally, we made Mother of Many Children, and today it's got a lot of value that all these women from all over have a word, and it's become an important tool.
I love that story because the question was around if you walked away to something, and the answer was you confronted a difficult situation and transformed it into one of your most amazing films. So
and it comes from listening.
Yeah.
No place else. It's very simple.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a beautiful note to end on. Thank you for your stories. Thank you for everything. And thank you, everyone.
You're getting freed up there. That was such an inspiring conversation. My mind is blown with all of this wisdom and experience. And I think, Harry, you said it the best. We all love you, Alanis. I accept you both.
Very simple, just says, I hear the spirit of the river calling me, always, and I made a clean song. Holy God, no soul come on. Holy God, no soul come on. Holy God, no soul come on. Hey, hi, hey, hi, hey, hi. Hey, hi, hey, hi, hey, hi. Hey, hi, hey, hi, hey, hi. Way high, hey ha, 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 hey. Holy God, no soul come on. Holy God, no soul come on. No soul come on.
Is that for 9? For 9. Is that yours? Oh, there it is.
You can use the lectern one, yeah.
I'll be back tomorrow.
The lectern one's
Check, check, check.
the other mic.
Hello. Oh, just a short little announcement for everybody. If you grabbed a ticket for the Night Moves after party, it will be taking place in the eastward, across Carolina Street in the DigiBC building, attached to the Kafka's Cafe. Doors open at 7:30 with performances starting at 8, and last call will be at 10 p.m. So see you there. I have to dance now, knowing that, you know, got to keep the moves going. That's good.